Good morning. Is my voice come across okay? Okay, very good. I wasn't sure how close I needed to get to the microphone. Sometimes I have to eat it and sometimes I have it across the street. So anyways, good morning. It's 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock for those of you who haven't changed your clocks back. It's 10 o'clock, but anyways, by my clock, it's 9 o'clock. And so at this time, I'll call to order the Board of County Commissioners special meeting to discuss the strategic plan for November 7th, 2023. And I would ask, before we go into the Pledge of Allegiance, no, we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance, then I'll say what I want to say. So anyways, I ask you to all please rise and come and remove your hats if necessary. For the Pledge of Allegiance to be led this morning by Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie.
Please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Danny's online. Okay. Okay. So just before we get started, I wanted to acknowledge the fact that, first of all, Commissioner Rice has called in this morning and he is not feeling well, so he is not going to be joining us today. And Commissioner Tarkanian is joining us via Zoom, which is allowed by Nevada revised statutes. So I want to make sure I pointed those two things out. Number two, we have some very special guests with us today that I feel important to recognize. And we're very happy that they're here and joining us today for this session in regards to our strategic plan. We have members of the Washoe tribe. First of all, Chairman Smokey, would you please stand and be recognized? Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. We also have General Counsel Joseph Nady. Am I pronouncing that name correctly? Okay. And I believe her title is Economic Development Manager or Director, something like that. Wendy Loomis. And then the Tribal Administrator, Bernie. I'm going to try this. Nieto. Okay. Anyways, I won't go into it. I grew up in San Diego and for whatever reason, all my other classmates were taking Spanish. Not that this is necessarily a Spanish name, but I have trouble with that. I took French. Stupid me, but anyways. Thank you for coming today. It's very, very important that you be a part of this process and we welcome you. I also wanted to thank, while I have the opportunity, Ms. Loomis gave me and our Nikki Rudelbach, our new economic vitality manager, a personal tour, about a 3-hour tour of the sawmill that's up on Vista Grande now. And what an incredible facility. And we welcome that to our community. I'm finding out that was the previous location of a sawmill back around the turn of the century when logs were being flumed down out of the Tahoe Basin. And so I think that's a tremendous use of that resource that was destroyed in the Tamarack, or not in the Tamarack fire, but in the what's the other fire that occurred? Calder fire. Yes. Calder fire. Anyways, rather than letting that material just lay on the ground rotting, to be able to pull that out of the forest and eliminate that fuel source is very, very important for our community. So we want to thank you for the continued stewardship over our environment in this area. So anyways, once again, welcome and we thank you and look forward to your participation today. Also, this coming Saturday is November 11th. It is Veterans Day. And so before we go any further, I'd like all the veterans in the room to please stand and be recognized. And thank you for your service. Okay. I know there's several organizations that are meeting out at Eastside Cemetery on Friday and placing flags. I'm a member of the Elks Lodge and the Douglas County Sheriff's Mounted Posse, and we'll be planting flags or installing flags at each of the veterans' grave sites out at Eastside on Friday morning. So if you want to join us out there, you're welcome to do so. So and with that, we'll go into public comment. I ask also that those of you please silence your electronic devices, if you would please, so that we don't interrupt speakers. Nevada Revised Statutes does require us to take 2 periods of public comment. Our tradition or activities have been, or standard operating procedure has been that we take opening public comment, closing public comment, and then public comment at the end of each presentation on action items. Today, what we'll be doing is we'll again take opening public comment, we'll take closing public comment, and then we will strategically place public comment at different sections as we go through the strategic plan, so that we won't be necessarily having each section and then public comment. So I know that our on strategy and our county manager will be directing me in that regard. So I know that we have members of the public who are asking about that. So I wanted to let you know what that process and procedure would be. So with that, we'll go into public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. Commissioner Noasad has graciously accepted the chore of running our timer today. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light, which indicates you have 30 seconds left, and you should start to wrap up your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will be also taken on administrative agenda items. We have 1, okay? So we'll strategically place public comment during periods of that. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners. Public comment.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Glad to see documentation provided for the public. Printing these reports gets cumbersome. I'm going to have to go get a part-time job to keep up with printing. With that said, I attended the NDOT meeting last night on the US 395 visioning for the corridor. It was underattended. I'm hoping that some of you board members will go tomorrow evening. I did request that the NDOT project manager for that program reach out to county manager. And I think it would be advisable to have a presentation by NDOT before you, so you understand what the visioning entails and what the next steps are for that, so the public is engaged. Also, I'm looking forward to when the next, and everybody don't laugh, looking forward to the next vacation home rental presentation, just to better understand our next steps in crafting some of the direction that was provided at the meeting, and hopefully just leaving that ordinance alone. Thank you.
I don't know if I mentioned it or not. We asked you to, when you approach the podium, to print your name so that we have that clearly into the record. State your name. Your time will begin once you state your name.
Robert Pullman. I live in the town of Mendon, for record. I like to talk about the existing strategic plan and specifically the transportation plan. We are now 2 years away from the county being obligated to complete Muller Parkway for their sections. And based on the latest numbers in the transportation plan, they're obligated to $16.5 million. Based on the last commissioners meeting in general, when you were talking about the courthouse, we were really talking about how costs keep going up and up and up. And building Muller Parkway is even more of a problem because it really depends on the cost of oil. So I'm requesting that a presentation be done in a near meeting to present to the public where we are and when we're going to stick a shovel in the ground. I really think that even if there, and I've been told that there may be legal things going on, but that doesn't stop the county from building their section of the road. If things get dragged out, the price just keeps going up, 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 just like the courthouse. So I would really appreciate if that could be put on the agenda maybe by January. Thank you.
I'm Angie. Sorrel Smoky, Chairman, Washoe Tribe, Nevada, and California. First, want to thank the Douglas County Board of Commissioners and also for the request of the involvement regarding the strategic planning. As we as Washoe Tribe fully understand the needs for updating and getting current with the times, the world is changing around us. Progression's happening. The dynamics of and demographics of the county alone itself has made a big change just within the past few years, especially with the approval of more developments around the area. But the Washoe Tribe is fully open to any kind of collaborations that we can. You know, we're neighbors within the same county. Our lands are right next to each other. I've mentioned this many times before. We all grew up together, went to the same schools with the our Jesterville Reservation here in Douglas County. But really anything that we'd be willing to be a part of, infrastructure projects, economic development. What is the plans that the county has for climate resiliency? You know, there are charging stations now that were recently put up for electronic vehicles. We can assist in those areas as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration between the tribe and the county. And my question to the Board of Commissioners you know, what are your feelings on collaborations, you know, directly? How does the board feel that we can collaborate together? Because we are open. We'll also be submitting written comment as well as getting more tribal membership input, especially from the Jesterville community, which is here in Douglas County. And I really look forward to working together. Thank you.
Once again, Chairman, thank you for your attendance today.
Jim Slade. I just have some general comments. in that I commend the county manager, staff, and the consultants who put this strategic plan together. It thoroughly examines the major issues facing the county and suggests how to address them. It's important for the county to have a strategic plan so as to make clear the priorities and goals going forward. Any county plan, however, including the strategic plan being updated at this time, is only as worthwhile as the willingness and dedication to follow the letter and intent of that plan by the county commissioners, county manager, and staff. Unfortunately, that has not always been the case. Douglas County created a terrific master plan in 1996, but the letter and intent of that plan have been violated repeatedly, principally by unwarranted master plan amendments, often to allow more and more residential growth in the county, contrary to the clearly stated desire of our citizens, as stated in the introduction to that master plan, to retain our rural character. The most egregious and ill-advised of those master plan amendments was the transfer of receiving area from Topaz to the heart of the Carson Valley, a move of dubious legality, and then to allow Park to build up to 2,500 homes on agricultural land zoned A19. It also violated the Minden Plan for Prosperity in extending the town's boundaries and urban service areas well before 85% build-out of the town as required in the Plan for Prosperity. Commissioner Pensel, Walsh, and Rice did a great disservice to the community to approve that amendment, which was opposed in written and oral statements by the public by a majority of about 50-1. It only benefited Park Ranch Holdings to the detriment of the county as a whole. Another example is the county mission statement and values, a part of the strategic plan. They both emphasize the importance of honesty and integrity as primary core values. Yet Commissioner Rice knowingly lied to his fellow commissioners and to the public on multiple occasions this year, yet he continues to refuse to apologize or even admit to those lies, though the record shows that his statements were demonstrably untrue. That shows a disappointing lack of honesty and integrity. Other commissioners have had the good sense and civility to apologize for their misstatements when they have been pointed out, but Mr. Rice alone remained silent despite repeated calls for his apology. So as you update the strategic plan, you should all commit to following both the letter and intent of that plan. Otherwise, it will just be another plan on the shelf, violated often on a whim or to satisfy some special interest group and contrary to the best interests of the good citizens of Douglas County.
Good morning, strategic planning crew and council. Just do what we do here. Oh boy. This was released last night. I got it at about 9 o'clock at night. It's 97 pages. You expect us to make intelligent decisions and provide intelligent feedback when you're dropping this kind of data on us the day before this meeting? That's the protocol of this deficit spending model. They drop 1,500 pages on you the day before, 500 the day before. This one's 97. And in this engagement overview, they plan on, this is the final strategic framework session today. This is it. It's not something that incorporates the people. It's something that engages the stakeholders and the staff in re-envisioning the process. It's not our government, it's their government. Okay? And the way that they roll is to keep you in the dark with regards to the detail so that you can't possibly wrap your mind around this and be intelligently informed the day of this meeting. It's totally unacceptable. And they just keep doing it. We've been informing them of this for 3 years. They won't change. The definition of insanity is someone who just will not change. You're like stuck. They just, and they won't grow. They won't listen. If you look at this thing, and I just skimmed through it, I mean, it's an impressive body of work. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But this is far from over. We're just beginning. This is going to take at least a year Did we see any of the public input questionnaires? No, we asked for a data dump. We'd like to see what the people really said. That could be up online so that we could look at what everybody, is this a summary of those questionnaires? Why did the questionnaire have to end so early? We only have 1,000 people that we've reached because a vast majority of the sheeple are fast asleep in their armchair lap of luxury. We're not reaching the people. Look at this room today. It's a third of what it could be. It should be packed. We're living in crucial times, folks. Hello, there's nothing in here that even mentions the economy or the world war that we're strapped into, or their deficit spending model and what they want to lock us into for the next 5 years with this JLEC scheme. That's not even in here. Law enforcement input is not in here. They're not here this morning because they get the lion's share of the county budget. They could care less of what's going on. They don't want it to change. They're getting filthy rich, keeping us running in circles.
Do we have additional public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. And before we go any further, Mr. Chairman, Smokey, beyond the strategic plan, I am very interested in visiting with you and your staff, if you wish, in regarding our collaboration and talking about mutual interests. So, if we can have staff reach out and make that happen in soon, right? Okay, and just talk about everything in general. Okay, rather than just necessarily the strategic plan. I'm very, very interested in doing that. So anyways, thank you again for your attendance. Okay, at this time then, we'll go into the approval of the agenda. Entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Obviously, we only have one item, but still have to have a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the agenda as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes on a 4-0 vote. And then we'll go into the administrative agenda then. First item, the only item and we do expect this to take all day. Okay, so we are anticipating at a strategic time taking a break for lunch also. Okay, just to let you know. So we don't want to rush through this. This is a very important aspect of our county. For possible action, discussion to draft the update of the strategic plan for Douglas County, including the process and timeline to complete the final plan, being presented by County Manager Jennifer Davidson and our staff from On Strategy, right? So, Ms. Davidson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. It is my pleasure to present to you for discussion today with our partners for our strategic planning work on strategy. Ms. Cameron Mock is going to be presenting. And I will just advise the public, this is our first rough draft of this information. You'll notice all of the information published online is in a draft format. We have not finalized it yet. We will have some additional periods of public comment that we are going to go through prior to final adoption of this plan. We'll talk about those next steps at the very end of the process today. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to kick it over to Ms. I have nothing further for you.
Just a quick question.
There you go.
When you say further periods of public comment, do you mean today or on different day, later?
So, Mr. Chairman, and we can again speak to the end of this. I just wanted to make sure that the public understood that we would not be finalizing anything today. We do plan on publishing a draft document for public comment for 1 month, and we will obtain written comment from the public during that period. It'll be posted on our website. And then we will provide that public comment to the board for final consideration prior to adoption in December timeframe. So please be aware of that.
and so I don't get whiplash, okay, I like the setup at the courthouse because I could, it's easy to look down the line and see the red lights. So if you have something, if I don't see your red light, come on, please jump in, okay? Don't, otherwise I'm gonna have a real sore neck at the end of the day here today. So anyways, okay.
Thank you. Cameron Mock for the record from On Strategy. I just want to mention my partner Jay is having a little bit of a family emergency, so he'll be in later. So I'm not flying solo here today. But I'm very excited to be here and discussing with you. First, before we get into the strategic plan, the draft strategic plan, I'd like to review all of the work that's gone into this process since we last met in August. I believe it was August 24th. Work that's been completed to date. So prior to that session, we did conduct interviews with the board and with county leadership. Following that input session, out of that input session, we understood from the board some high-level priorities and also some key strategic issues to address. So we are going to talk about those strategic questions that the board requested that staff answer. So that's part of our agenda today. But what followed that retreat was not only a community survey that reached about 1,200 residents. I will mention that for the size of the community, 1,200 is actually far more responses than we were expecting. We usually go for about a 3 to 5% response rate. So that's excellent to know that your residents are very engaged. We also conducted 2 additional public input workshops, one down here in the valley, one up at the lake, that garnered around 100 to 150 participants. So that was excellent to see. And it was great to have most of the board there as well. We also conducted 4 stakeholder groups. So that was some specific dedicated breakout sessions with key stakeholders in various segments of the county. So we touched on, I believe it was public health, public safety, landowners, business owners, and the economic vitality work group. So those were our stakeholder groups. We also conducted internally with Douglas County staff, some staff input. So that was gathered by leadership and provided to us. And then as of yesterday, we hosted our first staff retreat. So that was compiling all of the information that you all have in your packets that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. And turning that into what we're going to see today in our draft strategic framework. I've been doing this for a long time, and I have to say I have never been on a journey with a client that we gathered so much public input. So I know it feels a little bit overwhelming, all of the pages and pages of documents, but do know that Douglas County, it was extremely important to this organization to spend the time to hear from residents, to hear from key stakeholders, to hear from the public. So that's really exciting. And it's an honor that we got to communicate with so many residents and leaders in the community. And we hope that it's all reflected here in this document that we're presenting today. Before we get into the agenda, I want to talk about some materials that you have and just explain a little bit what's going on with these documents. So there's a few documents that you have. The slide printout that has our draft strategic plan in it. That's what we're reviewing today. There is a draft insights report that is the summary of all of the different forums that we conducted for public input. This is the really long document. This is still in draft form because we do want to comb through it, make sure that we got it right. We've been working on it for about a month. So it's a really important document. It has shelf life far beyond our work here today. So please do know that that's available, but in draft format still. And then we also have a discussion guide that was posted. And the difference between the insights report and the discussion guide, our discussion guide is the summary of the insights report, but organized by the draft strategic plan framework. So it's very much the same information. The organization is just different. So instead of leading by stakeholder group, like the insights report does, it's organized a bit more like a strategic plan in buckets. So you'll see, for example, we have all of the input across various groups for each of the topics, growth and infrastructure, affordable housing, senior services, etc. So that's the difference between these two documents. They are a little repetitive intentionally. So we may want to reference, I would suggest the discussion guide here today, just because that information is organized topically. It's a little bit easier to follow. Okay, so let's talk about our agenda today. We already covered opening public comments. We are currently in setting the stage. Jennifer provided our opening comments there to kick us off. We're going to go through our agenda and outcomes for the day. We are going to go through a little bit of the strategic framework and the strategic direction. So it's going to start feeling like a strategic plan, at least organized that way. And then we're going to go into our strategic objective report out. So we have staff members who built this plan yesterday here to present the draft content. And then we'd like to do some open discussion by the commissioners. We have some pretty serious ground rules for how we want that conversation to go, just to make sure that we're all spending our time here efficiently. We're hearing what the commissioners have to say, and we're providing efficient and effective direction back to staff to take the second pass at this. We'll then do public comment. We'd like to go through a bit of a prioritization by the board, so hearing from you all where your energy and attention is. And then we'll do some closing and next steps. This feels like it should be almost towards the end of our process, but I would say if we're looking at a timeline, we're about halfway through. So there's quite a bit of work that's coming out of today's session that staff will need to do to continue furthering this plan along until we do finally get to a draft, or a final version for approval, inclusive of a new vision statement. So if we're thinking about just our timeline where we are on this project, we're probably about halfway there. So do know that we're still in the building phase. Some discussion guidelines today. These probably feel familiar. We talked about these in August when we last met. So this first one is arguably our most important. Here today, as we're sitting with you all, the board, we are talking about the where and the what. So we are going to leave it to staff to figure out the how. With your approval later, they'll need to pull you in on some of those particularly policy discussions, but the charge of this board is to help us understand where we need to be focusing and on what we need to be focusing. So when we start getting in the weeds today, we like to call it belly crawling because we're down there in the weeds. It's my job to pull us out of that and make sure that we're talking about directionally where we're going.
Yes, I'm sorry. At the risk of looking really stupid, I'm not sure I understand the documents.
Oh, yes.
So we have the discussion, the strategic, we have this thing, which is the discussion guide,
Yes.
31 pages. And we have the insights report, which is longer, 60 pages. And then today we have the retreat guide.
Yes, these are just the slides for today, the strategic plan, the one that you're holding. Those are our slides for today that have the work completed yesterday that we'll be presenting today.
So which one of these is the draft strategic plan?
In the slides.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be around slides 12 to 32.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we want to go over the insights and the discussion guide again?
No,
Okay.
I understood those. I just didn't understand where I would find the draft strategic plan.
Yes, and I will say,
Thanks.
coming out of today's meeting, thank you for asking that question. We will produce a draft strategic plan document. So there's more to come on that, but for now, our draft plan is housed in the slide deck. Okay, excellent. So other ground rules or discussion guidelines for today. We always say this, silence is consent. So if you disagree or you have a dissenting opinion, please speak up or we will move on. Another really important discussion guideline that we'll agree on today is that we are looking for directionally correct, but not perfect. So no wordsmithing. We'll be here until midnight if we're going to sit here and wordsmith. So as long as we have an understanding of the strategic intent, we'll leave it up to staff to later make sure it sounds correct. And we're speaking in bullet points, not paragraphs, so that we can get through all of the content. We do ask that everyone here today is present, so checking emails during breaks. We will take some breaks, as the chairman mentioned. And last, and very important, we are here to challenge our patterns and beliefs. So we know that organizations don't grow and move forward if we keep doing things the same way all the time. So we are continuing on with the great work that Douglas County is doing today. We're not changing the things that are working well, but we are challenging how we may have done things in the past and ways that we might do things more efficiently in the future. Just quickly talking about the planning model, we did show this slide back in August as well, and I want to revisit it. So what we have here today that we are looking at, the actual content, is on our 5-year roadmap. We will be looking at the strategic objectives, draft county goals, and some community indicators, and some draft areas of focus, which will turn into strategic initiatives that's on that third bullet point in the 5-year roadmap. What lays over the top of all of this work is the mission statement, the purpose and impact. All of the work that we've done so far is informed by the current state and moving us towards a future state. But today, the work that we're looking at is in that 5-year roadmap bucket. When we do finally publish a full strategic plan after the public input and the rest of the build out that needs to happen, all of the elements in this planning model will be included. But for today, we're very specifically taking a narrow focus so we don't have to boil the ocean in looking at the strategic objectives, county goals, and what we're calling areas of focus that will eventually be strategic initiatives. And then talking briefly about our plan structure. So this is really important for us just to settle on, and it's a little bit of kind of a zoom in to what we were just looking at on that 5-year roadmap section of the planning model. So this is slightly different than the past plan structure. The previous strategic plan had 3 levels in it. This year we are adding a level, and that level that we're adding is the county goal / community indicators and KPI level. Now, KPIs existed in the previous plan, so we're not changing that. But what we are changing is adding in this county goal level. And as you'll see when we talk about the draft plan framework, you'll see that we up-leveled the strategic objectives to fly at a different elevation of the where overall. So this is important to talk about before we look at the draft plan framework because it does look different. But that goes back to my comment of if we're not adapting and changing, then we're growing stale. So when we're talking about strategic objectives, that's our where overall. Those are usually 5 years in duration. They sound like vision statements. So they may never be achieved, but it's telling us where we need to focus, what is a priority to this organization, where we think that the most effort should be made, and they should be inspiring. So we have 4 strategic objectives to present to you today that's telling you the where. We'll also be looking at the what. This county goals and community indicators and KPI level, this is where the previous strategic objectives have moved and been added to. So in the last strategic plan, there were 6 overall strategic objectives. They were things like infrastructure, financial sustainability, etc. Those have now all moved to be goals, and we added on to those. So I think there's around, I would say 24 of those now, if I had to give a rough estimate. So we built that level out a little bit more deeply and bucketed it in these vision-y strategic objectives. And that's where we're focusing today. Our county goals are 3 to 5 years in duration. So if we're looking for kind of what elevation we should be flying at, they are long-term projects. And then as mentioned, we have a few draft initiatives or what might eventually be draft initiatives, some ideas of where the more project-based work, those are usually a year, maybe 3 years, if they're longer term. So we have some ideas of what those might be. And the work coming out of here today is to make sure and confirm with the board that we have gotten the where and the what correct, some ideas of what we might be working on in the coming year. And we're going to build out that initiative level more fully with implementation guidelines and an understanding of resources needed in the work following this session. So like I mentioned, about halfway through this project, that is why. So again, I'm going to say this again and again, but today we're focused on the where and the what overall, and we will figure out the how following this work. Okay, so before we get into the presentation of the strategic objectives, we want to quickly talk about the strategic foundation. And when we're talking about strategic foundation, we're talking about the mission and the core values. So we heard in our interviews and our community feedback that there's not a desire to change the current mission and value statements. Our mission statement is the value of core purpose or reason for being, or why does the organization exist. The feedback that we received is that it felt holistic and covered the core purpose of the organization. So listed here on the slide. The next section are the core values. So how will we commit to behaving? So these are the same values carried forward. Teamwork, communication, leadership, community service, accountability, and integrity. We have agreed or gained consensus throughout all of the groups that these felt good moving forward. Yes, I saw the red light. Do you have a comment?
Yes.
Okay.
It's important to me that we have respect internally.
Mhm.
And in these, the only place respect is mentioned is customer service. So I would like to have respect either as part of integrity or as part of teamwork. Something that says the board of commissioners, sorry about that. I would like to have the notion of respect internally as being really important. Right now, respect is only mentioned in customer service, which is an outward look. So I think respect could possibly fit somewhere in teamwork or in integrity. For instance, it could say, I know we're not going to wordsmith, we work together with respect to achieve shared goals, something like that. And the reason this is important to me is that in years past, it's been a concern. And I want this board to model what we want to have throughout the organization.
Absolutely. Thank you for those comments. We will take that feedback and in our next draft to the board, see if we can have a proposal for where respect might fit in to one of the existing values or potentially add it as an additional value. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so core values and mission, not many changes. There is the request to add respect, which we will certainly take and flip back to you in our next draft. So the next piece of this.
Before we go any further. Yes, and I know we don't want to wordsmith, but I think Commissioner Hales brings up a very important thing. And I think it needs to be one of our core values individually and talk about that rather than hiding it amongst the other items. Let's make that one of our core values is respect.
You got it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, under additional highlights, bullet number 2, there was expressed a sentiment to highlight respect, service, accountability, and compassion within the values. It seemed we already said we're doing that.
In the discussion guide or insights report? One of the documents? Okay. Excellent.
I think that's where Commissioner Hales is pulling it from and I'm pulling it from as well. So-
I appreciate Commissioner Noaset's
Yeah, sure.
comments on page 9 of the discussion guide.
Perfect. All right, noted. Before we move on, any further input on strategic foundation, i.e. mission or core values from the commissioners? Okay. My job. Okay. Moving on to strategic direction. So a few things going on here in our strategic direction. We, of course, talk about our vision. We then get into our strategic priorities. But before we go there, we want to talk about the strategic questions that were requested by the commission to address in our planning process. And I want to pause here and talk a little bit about how our day yesterday was organized. Thank you. Thank you. So the organization of yesterday's retreat followed how we would typically organize the strategic plan. So we started with our strategic questions. We spent the first half of the day with staff addressing these strategic questions. And then we spent the second half of the day focusing on, now that we have an understanding of the organizational strategy and we've answered some key questions, where do we need to focus? What goals do we need to have moving forward? So we spent about 3 hours working on these strategic questions yesterday. Now, it doesn't look like it now because we took all the posters down, but it was a lot of sticky notes and it was a lot of ideation. We just simply could not turn around that full dictation of all of the sticky notes yesterday, but where we address the strategic questions in the plan is in the shifts to make in each of our strategic objectives. So while we do not have the full transcription of the strategic questions to address, approach, strategic intent, community priorities available for you today, we are happy to provide that following this meeting if you give us just a minute to turn that around. And if any commissioners are interested in getting a fuller deep dive on any of the questions once we provide you that content, we'd be happy to sit down with you and discuss where the thinking was once we have that document available. But what we did with these strategic questions is we started to address them by strategic objective or by theme. You'll see that in balanced growth and infrastructure, once we get into the strategic plan readout, we did address the question around businesses to attract. We did address the piece on county revenues, the changes in policy or practice needed to balance growth, and the appropriate mix of housing in the region. Same goes for the other 3 strategic questions. So I would just ask you to keep that in mind as we're going through the shifts to make section of each of the strategic objectives. That's where we are answering and have evolved the answers to these questions into the framework of the plan. I would ask here, we're going to talk about vision briefly, and I would just ask Jennifer if you'd like to step in and help us with this section presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Cameron. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Feedback that we received from the public workshops and the survey that we conducted of our residents indicated that our vision statement, a community to match the scenery, is a little bit vague and nebulous and lacks there's a desire for more substance here. We have more to say in terms of our vision for our organization and our community moving forward. And so on the screen is currently how the vision statement reads. And then on the next slide, I think just very briefly, I'd like to go through a summary of the feedback that we have received as part of our public engagement process. So when talking about the vision, the BOCC said that they thought that the 6 existing statements outside of the one sentence summary statement, the foundation of that was very good. And they would like to see that carry forward. They also spoke about the master plan growth and development and the desire by the commission and the community to maintain the county's rural heritage. Also, they spoke about the importance of delivering on much needed infrastructure projects that we have in the works as an organization. The county's internal leadership team also spoke about intentional development and growth. Specifically, we talked about a desire to see well-planned growth and infrastructure to match the needs of our community. And then also a desire to budget based on our strategic plan and to allocate our funding based on the strategic priorities of our organization. Some additional staff insights. The staff spoke about a desire to see a multi-generational community, a desire to remain financially sustainable as an organization. We too, Commissioner Hales, picked up on your theme of respect and added that in under respect. Also, we wanted to encourage and foster relationships with our community based on trust and open communication and additional public engagement. We very much enjoyed this process and found it to be incredibly informative. And so we want to see how we can make more of that happen. And then also there's a desire by our internal team to see how can we attract and retain talented, skilled workforce that is valued by the residents of our community. The insights from our community based on the survey that we received, a lot of feedback about not overcrowding the community, a desire again to see it be maintained, its rural character be maintained. A desire for affordable or workforce housing was a theme that popped up under our vision statement for community insights. And then also improved infrastructure was a desire. And then from the public workshops, generous communication, a desire to hear and understand better from the county, and for us to use concise and accurate information and be a valued resource for accurate information for our community. Road development and maintenance were also themes that popped up in the vision boards at the workshops. And then a desire to champion and foster a high quality of life in our community. And then finally, creating an opportunity for all age demographics, which I think really picks up on the theme from staff about wanting to see a multi-generational community. We are going to be working with this information. This is part of the next half of the work that we have to do. And we'll be using this to draft a vision statement that picks up on some of the key themes that have been identified in these discussions. And we look forward to bringing back that vision statement back to the commission and to the community for some additional feedback before we finalize a vision statement. We don't have one here for you today, but that's some of the remaining work that we have yet to do.
Thank you, Jen. I think another thing that's important to mention here is that in strategic planning processes, we never know how they're going to go. And sometimes we like to have our vision statement drafted right at the beginning. And I think it felt a little bit more correct for this process to allow all of this input to play out in the strategic plan, make sure that we got it right, and draft a vision statement that's helping us summarize all of the work that we needed to do. So that's a little bit why we haven't started with the vision statement. I also think it's important, as Jennifer mentioned, to call out that there's quite a bit of overlap in some of this input. And I think you're going to see that when we get into the input by strategic objective, how across all of these various groups of input, there's quite a bit of overlap and quite a bit of consensus. So it's exciting stuff. Okay, so let's talk about the strategic framework. Actually, I'm sorry, before we move on, any input from the board on vision?
I would just say that I agree with and concur with, I don't want to necessarily build a strategic plan around a specific vision statement. Let's build our vision statement. Let's look at what we want to do, and then we can figure out how that wraps into a statement.
These pieces on page 12 seem like the right pieces.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Moving forward, so let's talk about the strategic framework. And I do think we need to spend a little bit of time here to explain the thinking and all of the work that's gone into this particular piece. So when we're talking about the strategic framework, it is the framework from which we're cascading all of the work that the organization is doing. So that means if we don't get this right, we are going to feel it in every place in the strategic plan. So what we've done so far, we took all of the input that we've received so far. We started to take the pieces from the past strategic plan and reorganize it in a way that aligned with the input that we've received. Sometimes strategic frameworks live on for 10, 15 years, and sometimes they get updated every 3 years. So they're fluid, and it typically, they have to do with where the organization is at and what the desire is of the stakeholders or those who are on the receiving end of services from the strategic plan, where their energy is. So this is the past strategic framework, and I think the organization would agree with me that it worked well. So there was absolutely nothing wrong with this strategic framework. It provided the overarching priorities of the strategic plan. There were 6: organizational sustainability, safe community, financial stability, infrastructure, natural resources, culture and quality of life, and economic vitality. Now, when I show you the next slide and we talk about the draft or proposed new strategic framework, I want to highlight that none of the pieces on this screen here today are missing. We just evolved it to a different structure. So let's talk about this. We are proposing a new framework with 4 large goals or objectives. Those are balanced growth and infrastructure, preserving Douglas County's natural beauty and rural character, serving our community with quality county services, and enhancing residents' quality of life. If you look at the subtext under each of these big headers, those are draft county goals that align to each of the strategic objectives. So we are going to dig into each of those draft goals or proposed areas of focus, but they're on this screen to help us start understanding the delineation between each of these strategic objectives. Each of these pieces was worked on yesterday in order to get to the draft county goals that you're seeing on the screen today. These are evolved a little bit from the discussion guide document. So if you look in the discussion guide, the themes that are under each of the headers, these 4 that are on the screen, that's how our initial thought was. That's what our initial thought was coming into the session. After reviewing, looking at the current state data, they evolved slightly. So that's why they're not a one-to-one. Where we got all of this information and started building this structure from, particularly in the discussion guide with the draft goals, were directly from the input received via the 6 different methods that we gained information from at the beginning. So this is a direct synthesis of the insights gained in the insights report and then themed and summarized in the discussion guide. So when we're looking at this framework, it's not something we pulled out of thin air. It is truly coming from the priorities that were given to us by the public, stakeholders, the board, leadership, etc. So before we move on from here, I'd like to ask if there's any input from commissioners or just initial reactions before we dig into each of these areas specifically.
I like these. I the previous, one theme that is just constant is preserving our beauty, our rural nature. And the former strategic plan didn't really capture that. It said natural resources, but that sounds more like, not like the concept I just mentioned. So I really like preserving Douglas County's natural beauty and rural character as being very explicit upfront. I really like that. To me, a thread that's really important that kept cropping up in everything I read is communication and how we can do better at communication. So to me, communication could be in all four of them, but that's ridiculous. So I'm glad it's called out on this page, but I think that's really important. So initial reaction, that's mine.
Commissioner Tarkanian, do you have anything that you wish to add at this point in time?
Sure. I think all the stuff they have in here sounds great, but more important than just picking out the right word to put in there or not, it's how you implement it. And that's the key to the success of the strategic plan.
The only thing I would notice in this is that, especially when we had the community workshop in this building, and perhaps the one that we had over in the community center, was individual people, individual stakeholders of our county, of our populace, are singularly focused. Okay, and so my perfect example of that, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but like Brian Fitzgerald. Brian Fitzgerald, with our Carson Valley Arts Council, felt like public art should be, one of the, add to this structure and make it 7 pillars versus 6 pillars. So individuals, I would think that probably individuals of our community are probably going to say, well, we're not calling out public safety nearly enough because it's kind of buried in one of these areas, or public art, or financial stability, or whatever, stormwater, those kind of things. But I don't have, I think this is good, but I'm just saying that members of our community are probably not going to necessarily be happy with the shrinkage versus the expansion, but that's just an observation.
Thank you for that input. And I do want to talk a little bit, I should have explained this a little bit more. The reason for what feels like downshifting those really specific priorities is that we do have so much input and so much focus from certain stakeholder groups and from the organization. There's so many priorities that if we keep adding on to the 7 structure, it would get insane. And we like to have no more than 3 to 6 strategic objectives. I think the other thing that this helps us get to is some input that we had from staff, from the organization around having some silos. And this is going to help us bust down some of those internal silos. So instead of saying, I'm on the financial sustainability team, our folks over in the finance group get to say, I'm working on balanced growth and infrastructure. And that is exciting. It's kind of flying at a different level, being a little bit more visionary and getting us excited around these big 4 buckets. Now, there is a ton of content that we're going to dig into. I'm very excited to share with you, and all of the staff that are here to present today are excited to share with you. But thank you for that input. And let's see if we can address some of those concerns. And if not, this is still in draft form. So there's always time for revision.
And I believe we're probably going to go into each one of these 4 areas very more specifically, right, and talk about them. So based on that, I'm just thinking this is probably a good time to take a break before we go in deeply into each one of those areas. So why don't we go ahead and take a break until 10:15? That gives us 11 minutes. Okay. Okay. So we'll take a 11-minute break. Okay, if we could try to make our way back to our seats. Okay. Okay, it's 10:16. So I would ask you to please take your seats. Please. And so now I take it, the plan is to go into and break down each of these 4 different areas. So we'll probably get through a couple and take another break. It's 10:16. I keep looking at that clock back there and it's an hour ahead. Okay. And so I think we're moving slower than we are. Okay. So anyways, okay, please.
Thank
Continue.
you. Okay, so we are going to jump into each of these in a breakout group. Our first group of presenters is ready to go. I do want to just make one comment. I heard some feedback during our break about just digging into understanding this a little bit more. So our subheaders here that are our proposed county goals, they are not prioritized by order. So while we have, I'm going to pick on number 4 here. We have community partnerships listed 5th. That doesn't mean it's the 5th most important priority to us in that area. So just to call it out, these are all just buckets. So there's no prioritization there yet. We want to get that from the commission here today. And I also want to call out something that isn't as obvious here that I should have mentioned. Within each of these 4 strategic objectives, we have both internal and external work. So for example, if we're looking at number 4, enhancing residents' quality of life, we've got a few things that are external services, and then 2 items here, community partnerships and communication, that are internal to the organization. Same goes for number 3 with our employee retention and professional development and recruitment. Those are internal to the organization. The other proposed goals are external. Same goes for the other 2 strategic objectives. So I wanted to just call that out to mention that we have intentionally mixed what we call growth enablers into the strategic objectives. So while there's the external work that we're doing, there's all of the other work that has to happen internally at the county in order to make these external projects a reality. Same goes for financial sustainability. That is a growth enabler. It allows the organization to do the work that they've set out to do. So I just wanted to call that out because it's not very clear here, but the mixture of both internal and external work in the strategic objectives is an intentional decision.
So now we have these strategic framework. We have them broken down into 4 sections, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that to mean the numbers are significant? Okay, I didn't think they were, but I wanted to clarify in my own mind, and I think it's important for the public to understand it. We don't consider number 1 any more important than number 4 or 3 or 2 or whatever. It's just the way you have it laid out here. Okay, is one of the 4 pillars basically.
That's
right?
absolutely correct. And thank you for stating that clearly for us. There is no prioritization. We're saying all of these things are very important and not one more than others.
Although without financial stability and sustainability, nothing else is achievable, right? Really. Okay. So, that's important for us to recognize.
Just briefly, when I was talking about communication before, I meant external. So I have a lot to learn here, but external communication is really important to me.
Yes, and we'll talk about this in strategic objective 4. That is external communication down there. We can label it as such so that it's called out a little bit more clearly. Okay, well, we are going to dig into our first strategic objective, which is balanced growth and infrastructure. We have Tom and Courtney with the support of Jennifer here to walk us through this today. And the way that each of these are structured, of course, balanced growth and infrastructure is slightly different. So bear with us here. But we're going to go through an overview of the summary input that we've received by each of the groups, board, leadership and staff, public, and stakeholders where applicable. And then we're going to get into an overview of the strategic objectives. So digging into that, explaining it, building it out a bit more. And then we'll go into the draft goals. Now, balanced growth and infrastructure is a little special in that our team here is going to present for us some principles guiding our growth. And these specifically came out of answering the strategic question that we looked at on slide 4, I believe it was, around what is our plan for proactively managing growth and infrastructure. So the team here today has come up with, I believe it's 5 principles that will help guide them when they're making decisions about growth, when this organization in this county is making a decision about where and how to grow. These are principles. We can think of them as guardrails or rules, but how we'll approach growth. So with that, I would pass it over to you all.
Members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. I just wanted to put in a couple of opening comments before I kick it over to Tom and the team. We heard one of the reoccurring themes in the public workshops and the survey that we heard from the public is this theme of growth and getting how we manage growth as a community and how we approach growth, getting this right because we don't get a second chance at this. And so when we were speaking with On Strategy, the reason why we approached this particular topic a little bit differently is because it was such a big theme that came out as part of the public engagement process. That really is begging for, I think, Cameron, you referred to this as a strategic shift in the way we think and the way we approach this concept. And I can't tell you how excited I am because this conversation is incredibly timely. Our master plan is due for an update. We likely will be scheduling a kickoff to update that master plan in the next fiscal year. And so this conversation about the principles that we're going to keep in mind as we write our strategic plan and our approach to growth is really going to be very helpful for our conversation for our master plan. So with that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Tom Dallaire. He's our Director of Community Development. And he and his team are going to be doing a lot of the important work related to growth and keeping these principles in mind as we move forward as a team. So Tom, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Jennifer. Tom Dallaire, Community Development Director for the record. Also with me representing our team is Courtney Walker, our our Stormwater Program Manager. So when we talk about the principles and guiding our growth, we came up with, our group came up with yesterday, well, there's 5 of them here on the board. These are really the overarching guiding principles, and the summary of them is basically, one is we will be proactive about managing growth. Right now, we feel like we are reactive, where growth is being proposed, and being proposed at us rather than us telling the developers and landowners really what Douglas County wants to see. And therefore we end up with some infrastructure that may not be, or some developments that may not be connected to the infrastructure that we have in place today, and because of what we have in Title 20 and the guidelines that are, or the requirements of code. And so we are working on updating the code, and this will help with getting that straightened out and hopefully on the same playing field as what our new strategic plan is going to be looking like. And so with number 2 item,
Mr. Dallaire, if you don't mind, as we go through this, we may have comments from different commissioners. So, and I had a particular comment in regards to that. And I appreciate the idea of being proactive about managing growth, and especially this line, no proper infrastructure. The struggle that we encounter as commissioners all the time, and previous boards have encountered as well, is when you have the zoning for a project, okay, a development. However, there isn't a proper infrastructure, and that's where we struggle as a board. We keep getting, you keep getting pounded on the fact that, well, the zoning's there, the zoning is correct, so how do you prevent it, and of course, then we have to look for answers to that question of how do we prevent it, and of course, without having the proper infrastructure or the ability to connect into the existing infrastructure. And I guess, I hope he doesn't mind me saying so, but I know that Jim Slade often says, we need to make sure that we do our infill projects first rather than expansion of the community, right? So that's, I appreciate you bringing, that's certainly an important aspect and something that I enjoy I like the idea of being proactive regarding managing growth. We just, otherwise we have these projects that crop up here, there, and everywhere, and they just don't seem to make sense, other than, well, it's zoned that way. And so the developer, bought a piece of property and now he wants to develop it, just because it's zoned doesn't mean that it's properly developable for what he wants to do. So.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. That is right. And I think, we can probably make, well, we can make some changes with, we touch on a little bit later here as we define these a little bit more in depth, but we can definitely change some things in Title 20 to give us some tools that we can use in the future. The second one is that we will not build without a plan for ongoing maintenance. So right now, I know staff, we struggle quite a bit with the section on the agendas where it's the fiscal sustainability, I believe, and on the agenda items and looking at it, it's more than just the ad valorem. It's how is the utility going to be able to sustain that development into the future? Do we have enough growth in our sewer plants and our water systems to expand the system? Do we have enough water? I know we've got a number of reports that are being conducted now that we're on the verge of having them all finalized, and we'll be able to put a lot of this information together, hopefully by the master plan when we do the update for that. And we're looking forward to getting that part done, but actually coming up with a plan. Maybe it's more impact fees to make sure that we cover the costs of adding that development to the system, whatever system that is, a road system, the sewer system, the water system. We also, number 3 is we will identify the right types of development in the right locations. And I think this really plays into the fact that we really need to have some mixed use for housing products and types. And I know you've heard the term affordable or workforce housing, and there's a lot of terms that you'll hear throughout this topic. We mentioned and discussed that a lot yesterday. And when you look at the median income or the low income in Douglas County, it ends up being around $31,000 for one person, $31,000 a year. We looked up some tables yesterday, and that amounts to, they could afford basically a $63,000 house. If it's a couple, 2 people, they could afford a $150,000 house. Well, when you look at what's being sold, and just happened that Zillow sent me an email yesterday, it was one of them was up in Johnson Lane for $1.4 million. I mean, there's a big disconnect in Douglas County for housing and what people can afford, and we need to provide a way for that mixed use and what's appropriate for Douglas County. And I think that's where this item will be going and giving some direction on how we handle those in the future. And these are going to be basically a list of tasks that we're going to end up with having to do in order to embed this into our concept and our culture here in Douglas County. Number 4 is we will incentivize additional open space over the required amount using enhanced TDRs. And we do have a report underway that's been awarded to Wood Rogers, and we will be working with them on a new program for TDRs and how we can make that program more successful. And that's going to be important moving forward with the master plan update and also our code update.
Can we pause for just a moment? I believe Commissioner Tarkanian has his hand raised.
Oh, okay.
And Mr. Delaire, I had a question which sort of follows up on Chairman Gardner's question and then your discussion dealing with affordable housing. Is it the counties? I mean, like I said before, it's always great to write down words and that sound wonderful, but the implementation is harder. Is it the county's position that we will deny zoning to people that want to build within that zoning district without a change of zone? And also, is it the county's position that we should start dictating what the cost of homes are, or that homes must be smaller so they're more affordable? I'm not so sure that's a government's response. It's a legitimate thing for the government to be doing.
Commissioner Tarkanian, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I'm going to just step in here for a moment. So Tom is actually suggesting, we as a team are suggesting, not just Tom, that we utilize these guiding principles to have meaningful conversations about issues like affordable housing in a way that's going to work with our existing circumstances in Douglas County. We know housing is not necessarily affordable in Douglas County the way it is currently. And we're not advocating for denying applications based on zoning or denying or forcing developers to do something that they don't want to do with their land. What we're advocating for is adopting a different way of thinking as an organization and the commission by introducing concepts and discussions in our master plan that looks at receiving area, for example, and says, this is what Douglas County would like to see. And we're advocating in terms of an approach to affordable housing or workforce housing, that in those receiving areas, we have conversations, meaningful conversations about density and the types, a mixed approach to different types of housing in receiving areas. Perhaps it does make sense in certain areas as decided by the Board of County Commissioners to have a higher density, maybe closer to infrastructure, closer to downtown, closer to a walkable community. Those homes with that mixed use approach will allow for a wider variety of housing, which will have an impact on the market. We don't have a magic wand we can wave at the workforce housing or affordable housing conversation, but I think we are advocating for an approach to our master planning and our land use conversation that takes a intentional approach set by the commission with the leadership, looking at how we would like to see the land used and how we can work with developers for that land to meet the needs of our community, not the other way around. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, oh, it makes sense. It sounds great.
I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Tarkanian, because as I attend NACO meetings throughout the country and even here in the state of Nevada, affordable, attainable workforce housing is a conundrum that exists outside of Douglas County. It exists nationwide. And regardless of the demographics, regardless of the income levels, regardless of the building costs and the acquisition of land, that conundrum exists throughout our country. Now, how we and I've suggested to others, if you have a model that's working in your community, please let me know, because I'd like to share it with Douglas County. Because commissioners all over the country are struggling with the same issue, even in communities where the cost of living is substantially less than Douglas County. The cost of housing is substantially less. That doesn't mean, it seems like the wages that individuals earn are commensurate with the area that they're living. So Douglas County is recognized as a very affluent community, one of the top 4 or 5 counties in the state. I always thought we were number 1. We're not. There's other counties that are even more affluent than Douglas County based on per capita. But it's a conundrum, and for us as our community development team to take a look at, is there a method of working through this and attempting some method that's I like the idea that it's a guiding force, and that's what we're looking for right here is just what's going to guide our community development department in regards to and take a look at this issue. So and I'm anxious to see what Rogers has to say with the TDR program, because that's a program that has been needed to take a look at for quite some time, probably a couple decades. So anyways, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it was curious that somebody said, what would a house cost that was affordable for a $30,000 income? And that was $63,000. Who's going to build a house with the current costs of labor and materials now that somebody could afford for $63,000? First one that comes to my mind is the tiny homes. And I don't think that's something that we should entertain at all. So we need to take in mind, remember one thing is that affordable housing is defined as what you can afford. And if our County is affluent, as the chairman said, we can't do that.
That is right. Which is why a lot of the team had discussed really what we need to define what affordable is for Douglas County and try and meet those goals. Down in Florida, I was looking at, some products down there is a tiny home complex that they just, were able to finish, and those things were starting at $340,000. And so, it's a little bit more expensive. The homes are a little bit more costly here by median home value, but that's what affordable is apparently in that area of Florida. But that's the reality of it. Even if you build, that's what the materials costs are. That's what it's not like the developer's going home with $100,000 in his pocket after he builds one of these things. He's able to pay his wages, he's able to pay his staff, he's able to get the thing built and move on to the next product, and build it again. And that's the reality of the building industry.
Well, I think Carson City's already gone into that area. I can't remember the street, but there are a bunch of tiny houses. They're 2 stories and it looks probably 100 square feet on the base. That's small. If they can make it for $63,000, that's fine. If they can't, I doubt that they can, but.
Right. It'll be interesting to see. We're watching that product too, but I think that one is actually being owned. The property was owned by Carson City, and Carson City is actually doing that as a project, as I understand it. And if that's the same one we're referring to over on the east side of I-580 over by their sewer facility, right? It was on that land that they had dedicated, I think, Bud Highway. It's on the north side of that as you head towards the Taco Bell and whatever else is over there. But we'll see what happens with that. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. So new growth is encouraged to be sustainable and connect to existing public infrastructure. We really want to make sure that new developments are being connected to our water, municipal water and sewer services. And right now, the development over the years has pushed beyond those limits in our code, where we are allowed or required for the developer to connect to water and sewer. It's a 2,000-foot limit. You'll see that a little bit later in the slides, but we need to get that rectified.
On that one?
Yeah.
I just paused at the word encouraged, and I know we're not going to wordsmith, but the thought that I had was required, incentivized. Because encouraged to me is a mild word. And so I guess we can address later how this is going to be pursued. That was my thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. We too struggled with the word encourage. We talked about placing in the word required, and we didn't think that we would be able to make it a requirement. And so what we meant by encouraged is we want to find ways to incentivize growth and to make it desirable and the best option for developers to connect. We were concerned if we use words like requirement or required, that individuals who own individual parcels who want to build homes on large acres wouldn't be able to do things like wells and things on that property where it logically is best suited for those locations. So anyway, that's the reason why we didn't use required.
Are you ready to move on, Tom? Okay, any other input on the principles guiding our growth before we do so?
Yes.
And we're not going to break it this time. Thank you.
Okay. We wanted to do, this is a summary slide just before we get into the work that the team has finished and that they're here to present to you today. We know that you have a lot of documents in front of you. And so this is a quick one-page summary of the input, top priorities by each of the stakeholder groups. You'll see we have the board, the leadership and staff, public input via the community survey and public workshops, and stakeholder input. This structure is repeated throughout all of the strategic objectives. I will just note for the record that in some cases, we don't have areas of stakeholder input for that specific strategic objective. So that's just something to note. We might want to pause here for a minute just to review this. And if there are any questions, take those. And if not, we can move forward with the team's presentation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I do just want to note we have a typo here. And it is important to correct for the record because I do not want it implied that staff are encouraging we develop the floodplain. That is not what we recommend. So under leadership and staff priorities, it says number 4, continue to monitor, manage, and develop all floodplains. We mean infrastructure in the floodplain to control floodwater, not develop the floodplain.
So we're deleting that phrase, are we?
I'm sorry, what's the wording that should be there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to clarify. So I'm on page 17 or slide 17. I'm under leadership and staff priorities number 4. Currently it reads, continue to monitor, manage, and develop all floodplains. It should not say develop all floodplains. It should say develop infrastructure in the floodplains. And what we're meaning from this, since this did come up, is we want to manage our floodwater effectively. One of the most effective ways of managing floodwater is not to build in the floodplain. So that's the reason why it's an important distinction.
But we do want to develop the suitable infrastructure to secure our flood plains from further damage or damage to our residents, right? Okay, so good catch. Thank you.
So maybe you could, I guess I would think of it as monitor, manager, and develop all stormwater management in the floodplain. Same thing. Okay.
Thank you. The next slide. And so the balanced growth and infrastructure. So we had to answer these questions yesterday. And what does the success look like for this particular goal? And what we came up with as a group was that Douglas County envisions a future where our community benefits from well-maintained roads and efficient stormwater management. I think those were the two big items that we saw from the public comment and that we wanted to get implemented into the actual plan. And further it says Douglas County strikes the perfect balance between controlled growth and preservation. We encourage smart development in appropriate areas while protecting open spaces and agricultural lands to maintain the small town feel that we cherish while ensuring a sustainable future for all. Douglas County, a Douglas County that offers, a Douglas County that offers diverse housing options for all residents. We aim to provide housing for families and establish workforce housing solutions. So what we're noticing on our transportation issues that we have, in traffic, is that we have a demographic here that lives here in Douglas County and commutes, whether it's to Trick or to Sparks or to Reno or even Carson City or Dayton to work. And we've got half of our workforce population leaving the valley to go to work. And then the other people who are serving Douglas County live in Dayton or Carson or maybe even further on Silver Springs, and they're commuting to work in Douglas. And so we've got this shift you'll really see the traffic come to a grinding halt, or maybe even on the weekends, sometimes going up Highway 395 with 50 miles an hour and in both lanes. And there's just a lot of traffic. And it's only that way for like 2 hours. And then 9 o'clock, it all clears up. The highways are back open again. And then you see it again in the afternoon. And so trying to get the folks that work here to live here and the folks that live here, work here is really something that we probably need to focus on to help with that, or provide alternate traffic roads or alternate means of egress out of the county and into the county. So we've got to come up with some solutions for that in the future and in the master plan and transportation plan.
Well, I mean, hopefully, as was stated earlier, Mueller will certainly assist in that.
Right.
Reducing certainly the rush hour traffic, although it's all going to coalesce once again at those two main intersections, Mueller and on the north side, Mueller and 395, and then Mueller and 395 on the south end as well, once that even gets built. But hopefully that'll relieve it. And I know our residents right now are extremely frustrated with what's going on with 395 and NDOT's activities there. But that is a project that we do. We have an insight in that. So anyways, thank you.
And now fix the downtown, hopefully.
Excuse me, one other point to look at here. Traffic is a root cause analysis issue. Why do we have more traffic? Well, we have more houses. Two cars per house, that explains the thing. So do we want to control that traffic? If we do, then we have to really control our growth.
And then we had to answer the question, or why. So why are we wanting to do these things? So what it says, what we came up with yesterday, the group came up with, was to be good stewards of the county assets, improved, manage, and regulated growth to mitigate or reduce negative fiscal impacts on the county, to maintain quality of life and rural character, and to address deficiencies in infrastructure and county policies as proposed by the community. And then what was out of the insights report that you get is the housing, traffic, stormwater, roads, and demand on our natural resources, which I believe was the water. They were referring to water there in particular, but so is there any comments on that?
I want to just make a comment really quickly about where this content came from, particularly in our What Success Looks Like area. You can find these as the vision statements from the community survey of what success looks like. So the vision statement that you see up there is nearly verbatim from the sentiment in the community survey.
And I can tell you, when we were doing the workshop here and then the two other ones we did, I particularly enjoyed walking around the room and reading the sticky notes and seeing where our community was saying, both on what and then the why and the how. So yeah, I enjoyed that exercise. And so I had people coming up to me and saying, well, I'm brand new in the community. I don't even know where to start. And I says, maybe you should start by just going around the room and looking at those sheets of paper and looking at the sticky notes and seeing what the other. And I also suggested, I said, okay, so you're new into the community, and I know that where did you come from? And 99.999% of the time, of course, it's from our state to the west here, And I said, why did you leave there? Why did you leave there? Okay. And certainly, what do you want to prevent from coming over the hill? Okay. So make sure you have that input on those sticky notes as well. So that encouraged at least some pre-thought anyways. So that was encouraging.
Okay. And then the last section on this slide is the shifts that we need to make in the way we're doing things I believe today, the way we're doing things. And so to take full advantage of the methods to incentivize open space, hopefully with the TDR study, we'll have more options available for that, and it'll identify, the spaces that we really need to keep open and how we preserve that. The use of the strategic plan to drive budget allocations, reducing the need for supplemental funding requests, and allowing greater prioritization of board priorities. So this is just how we are doing our budgeting today. The general fund is supporting the stormwater group and all those actions, and we need to have a funding source for that and create a department for them. There's other things, maybe road maintenance. We do get a little money out of the tax dollars that we get from Avalarum, and it's not enough to maintain all the roads that Douglas County has to maintain. It's barely enough to maintain the major arterials, and so the local roads are neglected, and we need to fix that funding source so we can maintain those that infrastructure. Proactively manage growth and direct development. I think we've got a few areas that we could to work on within the master plan where the receiving area is identified. That's east of the airport, south of Johnson Lane. We've got the ranchos, and then the center of Minden here is where the three main areas are now. We did relocate in an update. We did relocate that receiving area from Topaz early on in the update to the master plan in that process. And you heard that on public comment this morning, but it was relocating that area to an area where it can be connected and be served by sewer and water. And so we need to look at those receiving areas and come up with a plan for them rather than just saying receiving areas, because receiving areas today, a developer can come in and propose whatever they would like, and then it's up to us to figure out if that's something that we want to see in those areas or not. And then leverage county resources and funding to meet the strategic goals and objectives that we identify in this plan.
So, Mr. Dallaire, as I look at that shifts to make proactively manage growth and direct development, the conundrum that this board faces and future boards are going to face is the fact that we already have 6,000 homes that are still yet to be built out, are already approved in our county, and developers who are constantly looking at increasing and getting approval for plan developments as well. While this board has done an extremely good job of, and we haven't had the total number of homes that we've actually approved since 3 of us been on the board, 4 of us been on the board, is 10. And that was the 10 up on Centerville and Foothill. 10. That's what some of the residents in this community don't recognize. And when I'm out in the public and they talk to me about it, we need to control growth. We need to control growth. The thing is that the shovels in the dirt that you're seeing, the bulldozers that you're seeing out there right now, are projects that were all approved years and years ago, and we don't have any control of it. What is a shift that we do not want to make, I'll state this on the record, a shift that we do not want to make is changes to the growth management ordinance. That is the most critical element in our community to control growth. And we want to make sure that we maintain that. And so, period.
I also want to speak to keeping open space, really. So on number 1 here, take full advantage of methods to incentivize open space. And you mentioned TDRs, which is good because TDRs really are in our control, sort of, and we're looking at them, and that's good. But another and there are other ways. And in my mind, conservation easements is one of the most straightforward ways. And as I think about this, I think this is one way where communication needs to be embedded in this, because at our board meeting this week, when we talked about a development that's proposed, there was a group that said, just say no. And there's misinformation out there that people in the public think we can just say no to development. And we can't do that unless we have grounds to just say no. So if we as a community want to preserve ranches, farms, open space, we need to put our money where our mouth is. And as a county, I know that we can't advocate for passage of any measure, but we can communicate facts. And I think we need to do a better job of telling, well, as part of this strategic plan, I would like to see us help inform our public on how we can preserve open space. And perhaps that will help them understand better the choice of conservation easements.
Thank you for that. All right. Now we're getting into some of the more of the details here. We've kind of hit the highlights of some of these already, but the balanced growth, growth and infrastructure. Let's see, the draft county goal would be responsible growth. That what we're doing today is the 2% growth rate per the growth management ordinance, including all the vested projects. We did hit it 2 years ago. We came really close to 2%. We never went over. We have yet to be over 2% on the new homes going in based on the allocations that were allotted. We do still have a large pool in projects. We're a little over 400 units today and in the project pool, and we still have over 1,600 units in the individual pool. So at some point, we're going to need to look at that growth management ordinance at some point in time. But still today we have a pool that is still being utilized. And we do have more projects, as Commissioner Gardner has mentioned, we do have more projects being constructed now. Valley Knolls is really the big user of them. Hayborn Meadows are the two subdivisions. You guys are getting updated on monthly or quarterly basis, I believe, on which developments are building out, and we are tracking that. We're trying to figure out ways in our system to track those better, but we are currently doing it through an Excel sheet, and that's what we have to update. The staff's got to update that.
One question on
Yep.
the growth management ordinance. We still doing carryover? In other words, we allow for X plus 2% per year, and if we'll say it's 100, and only 20 get used. Do the 80 get carried over to the next year?
Yes, it does.
That's a killer.
Except that and I was going to mention this, so I'll go ahead and take the opportunity to mention this now. I appreciate our assistant or deputy community. I'm not sure what your title is Pauline, but anyways, Andrea Pauline, our deputy community development director or something like that, or assistant. Anyways, she's been providing us, each of the commissioners, with a monthly spreadsheet on where those developments are. We have not had any carryover now for 3 years because we have gone above the number. So we started out in 2021 when I became a commissioner, and Commissioner Noasat did as well. We started out, we were close to the almost 600 in the pool for projects, and we're now down to 400. So we haven't had any carryover for the last 3 years because we were dipping into that pool. Now that pool is very similar to a savings account. So once the savings account's depleted, you're back down to the annual rate, which is right around, by that time, it'll probably be somewhere 70, 71, 72. So anyways.
The question would be, how do we get to 600 in the first place?
Well, that's another discussion, but the reason we got to the 600 in the first place is because the growth management ordinance took place in 2007 and it allocated about 55. And we over between 2007 and 2020, we didn't go above the amount of allocations that were available. So that's why it dropped into the pool. Okay. But the pool is shrinking on an annual basis now.
And I would argue that we're getting a little bit in the weeds here, belly crawling. So I'm going to pull us back up to the where and the what.
I just wanted to compliment staff again. So
Thank you. Always appreciate
sometimes
it.
you just don't get the opportunity to compliment staff in front of the public. And so I've taken the opportunity to do that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
They sometimes need a good word because all they hear is the negatives, just as we do. So
Can I add one thought? Sorry, a little bit weedy, but I'm going to do it. Either here on page 19, how will we do it? Or on page 24 in preserving natural beauty. I would like to see an area of focus, inform or perhaps educate county residents on conservation easements, or maybe more broadly on how we can preserve open space and ranches.
Thank you for those comments. So the 2030 target is still to keep the 2% growth rate. That's what the voters approved. 2% is the 2% that we need to be held by. Even though we have been using the pool, we still haven't been over with the vested projects and the regular projects and the individual parcels. We still have yet to be over the 2%. Since the growth management ordinance went into effect. It's the market that's dictating how fast these homes are being sold. We were thinking of a ramp up was coming, and then the federal administration changed and it changed directions and it's back. You know, the interest rates are really high, and so the market now is dictating that growth. So the increased overall assessed value, and we're working behind the scenes trying to get this assessed value right. Trent's department, Trent Tholen, he is our assessor, and he's the one that sets the rates for the developed land, the vacant land, and the developed homes. Once the house is built, the assessed value, we're trying to figure out a way to get more in line with him so that our numbers that we're presenting early on in the subdivision are more accurate. But the assessed value is what covers the cost. It's the ad valorem, and it's related to basically the services that the fire department is able to pull from, the sheriff's office can pull from. And so trying to get that number right so we can better budget in the future is something that we're pushing forward on in the community development department. And so we're working with Trent on that effort, and we'll be bringing some things in the building department to you guys here shortly on how we're going to change our permitting fee. But we are working on that. Update Title 20. I've been trying to work on that project for a long time now, and we can't seem to get past the vacation home rental section, but we are working on other stuff as well in the background. Also, the public lands bill, I think it's going to be critical for Douglas County. I know this has been in the works for a long time. Scott Morgan can talk to it way better than I can, but this is going to basically provide access to some land that we don't have today that we will, except for through BLM, that we would be able to do some of these infrastructure needs to reduce the flooding impacts in the valley and do some great projects that are on the books today that we've identified but haven't been able to fund. Create additional impact fees, basically to make sure that we are able to get the fees needed for the departments that are going to end up maintaining this infrastructure as it gets expanded, and mainly in the receiving areas. You know, we need to have a plan for that. Right now, it's the receiving area. Here's what you can do. But like transportation plan in the ranchos, for example, has a road over the Carson River through this Settlemyre Ranch to connect Highway 395. It's probably needed today. It definitely will be needed if they start building, but how is that infrastructure going to get built? And it's a lot of money in that plan and identifying that. It's also the other thing we're looking at is the level of service. As soon as we get the level of service of our intersections and our roads and see which roads we need to have to reduce that level of service down to a more manageable level. And so getting those projects identified ahead of time so that development can pay the right impact fee associated with those improvements. And then defining the suitable mix of housing. We've talked about this before as a workforce is affordable, but for Douglas County and the Tahoe Basin. So there was a project I've heard, Kate was telling me about Tahoe affordable housing, and there's a project up in South Lake Tahoe that their affordability rate is apparently like $3,200 a month for rent, and that's what's affordable in Tahoe. And I don't know how I couldn't afford that. I mean, it's crazy, but that's what it is up at Tahoe, and they're excited about TRPA is excited about that. So it's all relative to the county and community that you're in. And we need to make sure we capture that. Balance the density to mitigate impacts of development and fund infrastructure. So same thing, it's the density of the development and the infrastructure. So the example the group used yesterday was having a development of 5-acre parcels and running water and sewer to that, in roads. You've got a large parcels, 600 foot in front of the lots or 500 feet in front of the lots from lot to lot, right? Versus having a smaller, more refined, maybe it's a half acre or a smaller lot with more open space. And looking at that, because it's easier to run the utilities and support that infrastructure that's being in the ground when it's a shorter and more compact area to serve. And then evaluate opportunities to enhance the growth management ordinance. So again, dealing with the pool issues there. And then
I'm going to pause this just
Okay.
really quickly before you move on. Thank you, Tom. You're doing a fantastic job. I just want to pull us a little bit out of the weeds again. We're focusing on the what and the where. So our draft county goals, the actuals, and the targets. And let's just note that there are hows possible areas of focus of how we might do these things. But maybe let's just take those, if there are questions or they need to be expanded on, call them out. And for now, let's focus on the what and the where.
Are you suggesting that we're not going to need to go to dinner tonight? Yes, no, I recognize what you're saying. If we have 4 areas to get through, and if we continue to do this, we're going to be well into the evening hour. So, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that observation.
Too wordy. Again, sorry. Roads, traffic, and transportation is the draft goal. And monitoring traffic is where we're at today, is monitoring traffic as developments are proposed, unmaintained, unfunded local roads. And so, but that's well, I'm not going to get into the detail. That's where it's at. That's what the group came up with. Interconnectivity, walkable, and where we want to go is having more interconnected developments, being walkable, having transit within the development, and then increased parking availability and public transit at the lake, and then maintained funded local roads. So we want those roads that we do except for maintenance to be funded. And then the possible areas of focus are transportation intersection updates to improve level of service, having walkable connected trails to destinations like Main Street or downtowns or other areas, neighborhoods. Insight, so install, what we were talking about as a group level was install red light traffic areas and monitoring patterns to monitor patterns and the levels of service at intersections that we're concerned about. The AI technology is really advanced over the last several years, and I think we can use that to get the data to our fingertips so we can make decisions on development. Explore opportunities for paid parking and additional public transit at Lake Tahoe, additional impact mitigation fees in road maintenance districts, and complete 2 lanes of Moeller Parkway, Vista Grande Extension, and Kale Drive, which have been in the works for a number of years. I'm going to turn the time over so you don't have to listen to me, to Courtney, and she's going to take the next one.
Thanks, Tom. Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager in the Public Works Department for the record. I'm going to go through the next three and I'll try to kind of speed it up a little bit. Our next draft county goal is manage stormwater. Currently, what are we doing today? We have a program funded primarily for maintenance of existing stormwater infrastructure and smaller projects. It's funded through a transfer in the general fund, which is not necessarily the most sustainable way to fund a program that you want to see ongoing. So the 2030 target, where do we want to go? We know that we need sustainable funding source for our maintenance operations, as well as start saving for capital improvement projects related to flood control. So we're looking at things like impact fees, utility fees, funding districts, and things like that. Those will be conversations that we'll have in the future. So possible areas of focus and how will we do it? We're brainstorming various funding sources, but first and foremost, we're in the middle of putting together a stormwater master plan. And in that plan, we'll be able to well document all of the different types of work that needs to be addressed. And then the funding discussion can be informed from that plan, essentially once we all agree what it is that we need to do in regards to stormwater. So that plan will come before you in the spring. We're going to do a bunch of public outreach to get input on community priorities in terms of that as well. And then we have mentioned the TDR program update as well as another way that we can accomplish some of those goals in relation to stormwater. The next county goal is financial sustainability. I'm just going to briefly touch on this one, but essentially, where are we today? We're a little bit more ad hoc program funding. Things get funded through the general fund. Where do we want to go? And feel free to add more to this. It's definitely not my super area of expertise, but we want to be more strategic about how we fund things and allocating our resources based on what you see in the strategic plan here, and kind of forecast those long-term allocation of resources. And so how will we do it? Our possible areas of focus will be to really look at this strategic plan and figure out how we want to prioritize our funding resources. There's also doing a long-term 10-year financial plan, setting fees to recover costs for services, and that can kind of overlap with things like stormwater and things like that we want to see specifically funded, and then also work with the public regarding budget decisions. The next county goal that we have under the balanced growth and infrastructure is water and sewer. Where are we today? Currently, developments that are within 2,000 feet of a service line are required to connect. Where do we want to go? We want to incentivize this to occur in more areas so that we don't have so many different people on septics and wells. And so we're trying to connect residents to municipal utility service providers where possible. Possible areas of focus, there are different policies that we could look at as far as incentivizing this. Encouraging development adjacent to existing development is a great way to get folks to connect rather than having random developments far away from other developments. And that goes back to kind of being strategic about the types of developments that we want to ask for so that we're getting something instead of giving it all. And so there's a lot of overlap in some of these areas. And so that's basically with the water and sewer, trying to encourage to get more people to connect onto those municipal systems. That's all I have in my section.
Thank you, Courtney. And the last one is business and economic development. So we heard from Nikki, our new economic development manager, economic vitality manager, and she is saying that our part of the group said that there's a negative perception in Douglas County is hard to do business with, and getting permitting, and then also understanding exactly how the business, how you create a business in Douglas County today. And then the 2030 target. So where do we want to go? Is the accessible and availability to business can be accessible and available to the business community, reduce traffic downtown and pedestrian safety, increase pedestrian safety, and develop the workforce housing. And again, the workforce housing needs to be defined for Douglas County. And how we're going to do that is workforce housing We need to do that definition. We need to revitalize the 395 corridor and address parking and traffic on Main Street. We need to revitalize the casino core at Tahoe and address parking and traffic at the lake. And then create a business toolkit and streamline the permitting process to make it easier to do business in Douglas. And that's what we have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaire, Ms. Walker. We appreciate your, so it's 11:17. My suggestion here is that we go ahead and take public comment now at the end of this section. And then, after public comment, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Seems like an appropriate time to break for lunch. And then, we'll come back and tackle the other 3 areas, right? So everybody good with that? Okay. So at this time, we're going to open for public comment. You want to control the clock? No, I didn't, but okay. Okay. We still have dating on. Okay. 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 Once again, if you haven't done so, please silence your electronic devices and sign your name, print your name, so that we have it clear for the record, and then state your name and we'll start the time. And once again, we're discussing the balanced growth and infrastructure area only. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Gibson, House of Gibson, self-employed entrepreneur since 1991, Douglas County resident since 1979. With regards to balanced growth and infrastructure, nowhere in this package do we see an emphasis on education. It's not in the package at all. Education rooted in an organizational principle that's rooted in science, not fiction. You cannot fix or build upon a working model that is not rooted in science. Your organizational principle is a program of artificial intelligence we call the 1260 timing frequency. The 1260 timing frequency is a Gregorian 12-month fiction, the 60-minute hour, time is money. The mental pollution and the derivatives of following fiction will result in more fiction, like the belief that time is money. And the biggest complaint people have is not having enough time or money. That's a scarcity-based organizational principle. And what we see here is strategic objectives that are devoid of real-time education. We also see a vacuum when it comes to small business opportunities. With the escalation in government overhead, doing business as an entrepreneur has never been more difficult. That's why we're few and far between. Most innovation that ever comes to government or to industry comes from small business entrepreneurs, artists, and people who are outside of the government economy, which is, again, an economy driven by debt, which that debt is the principle or the root cause of war and crime. And until they get a handle on their deficit spending model and their overinflated values, then we will continue to deal with a patchwork kind of fix-it mentality. The reference here to, on page 6, megatrends, these should say county trends because they don't take into consideration the real megatrends. We have a low social IQ in Douglas County. This room is barely filled. It's obvious that we are not connecting with our community. We have a situation and a crisis in consciousness, which is, again, a program rooted in artificial intelligence. Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. A couple of things I wanted to bring up that I think relates to all this. In Douglas County, we live in different kinds of communities. We have the towns, we have the GIDs, we have areas that aren't in either one. So I am currently the vice chairman of the Ranchos General Improvement District. I'm not speaking for that board. But for example, how do we maintain our roads? We pay for it. Others in the county don't, who aren't in towns or GIDs. How do we handle our stormwater? We pay for it. Our residents pay for our services. So when you start talking about areas that don't pay for it, there's an equality there. And I think that needs to be discussed when we discuss these issues. The other thing we'll talk about is receiving area. In the ranchos, we have a huge receiving area. And that's great. The county designates where there should be growth. That's fine. Our responsibility is water. It's hard to serve a landowner there that wants to build 2,000 homes. We've just worked on our water master plan. How do we accommodate 2,000 homes? So it's going to be very difficult. You can make a plan, but the plan doesn't involve all the factors. So I understand, and I think I've been a long proponent of the road that would connect 395 to 88 along the south end of the ranch. I think that would accomplish a lot in terms of roads. Water is going to be an issue, and it's going to involve ultimately arsenic treatment or inner ties. And I think for emergency purposes, inner ties are important. We need to move water around the county when there's a big fire. But there's just, I know this is a overview and a high altitude look at the county. But I think when you look at these things, you have to keep these things in mind. Thank you.
I was wondering if you were going to have anything to say here, Mr. Slade.
Pardon me?
Well, you hesitated and I wasn't sure. And I was surprised.
Oh, I'm just always pleased to let others go ahead of me, but I'm ready now. So, Jim Slade, on page 10, it talked about increased county revenues. People see that, they think that's mainly through growth and added property taxes. Of course, that ignores the fact that there are always increased costs and the recognized fact that growth doesn't pay for itself. Over time, why do you think we need a new JLEC, expanded sewer plants, water systems, sheriff's deputies, fire stations, firefighters, teachers, schools, all due to more growth? On page 12, under vision, it talks about not overcrowding, rural character, and high quality of life. They all go hand in hand. And on page 14, under strategic framework, talks about responsible growth, financial sustainability, and open space. They all go together too. On page 16, I never thought I would see a statement in the county under principles guiding growth that new growth is encouraged to be sustainable. I didn't think I would see those two words together in a county document, said the chairman of the Sustainable Growth Committee. And when on page 18, you talk about a perfect balance between controlled growth preservation, we encourage smart development in appropriate areas while protecting open space and agricultural lands. How does the Park Ranch project, I know this board didn't approve it except for Commissioner Rice, but that is the exact opposite of good planning there. It is in the floodplain, it is in the agricultural area, was outside the town boundaries, was outside the urban service area boundaries, was not infill. It was supported by staff. So I'm glad that they, in words, seem to be coming around to what's best for this county. Now we hope they do it in deed as well. Added growth always creates additional challenges and deficiencies in traffic, road, and water. When it comes to workforce and attainable housing, workforce housing, it was stated there is no magic wand, but when master plan amendments come before the board, which have been the most egregious and controversial policies that have not abided by the letter and intent of the master plan, you can put requirements on those master plan amendments. And the same, I believe, with plan developments and specific plans. That's the time when you can put requirements on there for attainable housing or whatever, open space, trails. Yet too often, just before the vote takes place, before the board, a commissioner will ask, and is any of this housing going to be attainable? And the answer every single time is no. It will be market rate. And that's part of the problem.
Good morning, Dave Brady for the record. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, if possible, speak to strategic framework as we were not given any opportunities to have public comment rather than speak on balanced growth and infrastructure, if I may. In looking at the strategic framework, in 2008, I was one of the initial authors of the strategic plan. And I felt that it was vitally important that the number one element in the framework for the strategic plan was financial stability. Maybe it's because of my background in finance, but as I saw it, if we don't have financial stability, we do not have any of these opportunities to fulfill these strategic planning initiatives. To that end, I speak to the idea that in 2008, we had the Great Recession. And granted, for some, it's important to note that governments are not recession proof. Today we're staring at an inverted yield curve, which is a precursor to a recession. And in my opinion, I would be remiss if I didn't say that financial stability should be job one in the strategic plan. And I find it unsettling that financial stability or sustainability is referenced here and there. But I think without a doubt, the number one priority in the strategic plan is financial stability. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we'll take our lunch break now. I show it's 11:30 and sometimes it takes a little bit longer than an hour to get in. So let's return at 12:30, 1:45. That gives us an hour and 15 minutes. Huh? What?
They're asking you to keep it to an hour.
Keep it to an hour? Okay.
Even shorter.
You have dinner plans. Okay. We'll return at 12:30 then. Okay.
Are you guys looking for me?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Tarkanian, we were just checking to make sure you were still.
Okay, it's 12:30, so I indicated we were going to come back into session at 12:30. So if I can have my remaining fellow commissioner that's here return to the dais, Ms. Hales, would be helpful. So, couple of things. Number one, Commissioner Noah had a previous agreement that previous commitment that he could not get out of. So he has left us for the day. And Commissioner Rice is not here. However, Commissioner Tarkanian remains online, so we still have a quorum. But I'll need to ask Commissioner Hales to, when we get to that point where we have public comment, if you can work that timing light system. It's not real complicated. So. Anyways, and I say that because I have done it before. So. Okay, so anyways, with that, we will continue.
Thank you. Give me just a moment to pull up my screen. Here we go. So we are going to continue on with the overview of the what and the where by strategic objective. Our next goal is preserving Douglas County's natural beauty and rural character. And our team of 3 is up at the podium. We've got Scott Morgan, Phil Ricker, and Andrea Pauling. They're going to walk us through our what and our where, and then we'll take any commissioner questions as needed. Thank you.
We're running out of commissioner questions because we're running out of commissioners. Ms. Pauling?
Oh, yes. This is again just the overview of priorities that were requested by each of our input groups. So if you'd like to take a look at that, it's there and in your packets, and we'll just move forward to the objective overview.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Pauling, Community Development for the record. Commissioner Gardner, Deputy Director is my title. Just kidding. Anywho, so we're going to move right on to the second goal, preserving Douglas County's natural beauty and rural character. I'm going to kick us off and then pass the baton to Mr. Scott Morgan. He'll discuss a little bit about our goals, what our draft goals are, and how we're going to get there. I'd like to start with what success looks like in this category for us. We had a lot of conversation on this one yesterday. So this is a more simplified paragraph, but I think it gets to the point. We envision Douglas County as a steward of its natural environment and culture, while encouraging sustainable tourism. Our commitment is to maintain open space, protect ranches, farms, and our small town feel and atmosphere, protect land, lakes, and rivers, and recognizing the importance of the Washoe tribe and continuing fostering that relationship with them. As we were discussing this, we came up with about 4 key points on reasons why that we want this to look like this kind of success. Number 1 is we want to preserve the history and natural resources of Douglas County. That's priority and important. Number 2, leaving a legacy. I know that's been coined a term for our strategic plan and the shirts that we wear, but we thought it'd be nice to put it in here. We want to leave a legacy for our future generations, our youth that are currently here in Douglas County and who might be coming in the future. Number 3, encourage sustainable tourism. We'll break it down further. A lot of these, I'm just going to speak to them, and then we're going to break it down further in our draft goals so you guys know exactly what we're looking at. We had a lot of public feedback, specifically with tourism up in Tahoe and after holidays and things like that. So we'll branch out a little bit on that. And also be good stewards of the natural environment we have here in Douglas County. So some of the shifts that we wanted to make, we narrowed these down to 6 key elements. Respect and enforce limits on resources. So for example, parking, land, water. We talked a lot about this when Mr. Dallaire was up here, just specific to our water resources and things like that and how we can do that. I know there's going to be more conversation on that. So again, I'll be brief. Number 2, foster existing relationships with the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California. They were here today, which was awesome. We are looking at just continuing with that communication with them and setting up collaborative meetings. And that's a huge goal for us, just to continue for Douglas County and having all of us involved. Number 3, increase investment in transportation and alternative solutions. We talked a lot about that in our first one this morning. I won't expand much more on that. I know there are alternative solutions and things that we're looking at, funding as well. So I'll leave it at that. Yes.
Alternative to solutions to what?
To transportation and investing in our
Okay,
transportation.
okay.
So
Okay.
Carson Valley and also specifically Tahoe. All right, number 4, invest in agriculture and open spaces, such as federal lands, lakes, rivers, conservation easements, and parks. Something along with this, Commissioner Hales mentioned it earlier, is education to the public on what conservation easements are, what TDRs are, what are some incentives we can do. We currently are contracting with Wood Rogers on TDRs and that program. So really wanted to talk a little bit about developing kind of more of an educational program for our public and conducting workshops. Number 5, invest in culture and heritage. Again, we spoke to this regarding the Washoe Tribe in Nevada and California, but putting it into the performing and public arts and having that culture and that heritage intertwined with Douglas County and working together on that. And then number 6, encourage partners to promote responsible, sustainable tourism to Carson Valley and the Tahoe Basin. Some of the things that we were talking about regarding this, and I know we're going to build it out when Scott takes the baton here in a second. We were talking about education for our visitors and our tourists coming in, visitor centers, having literature on how, on how to visit our area. Some positive, some feedback on picking up trash, things like that. We've had a lot of conversations regarding this. I'm not going to get into the weeds. I'm getting looked at, so I will not get into the weeds, but we do have a lot of solutions that we've discussed on this one. All right, I think that's the end of my little slide. Any questions? Baton to Scott Morgan.
Well, Commissioner Tarkanian, any questions?
I do not.
Okay, so anyways, as I indicated earlier, please feel free to jump in if you have questions or comments that you wish to make. I can't see your on the screen, so I'm not sure so I don't know if you're inspired to say something, but please jump in if you are. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Scott Morgan, Interim Assistant County Manager. I am here to talk about some of the draft county goals regarding this particular area of focus. I'm also kind of excited to talk about some new things that haven't appeared in strategic plans before. So some of these are kind of exciting and really super interesting. The first one is open space preservation. And we are acknowledging currently we have a pretty active and vibrant TDR program. And we have been very successful in securing conservation easements in our community through private sector and public funding of those conservation easements. Our target for 2030 is to create additional incentives to invigorate and more heavily rely on our TDR program in the community and focus on getting our lands bill passed. Those are some really important ones. A couple of our probable goals and areas of focus that I think are interesting in here is more involvement with our agriculture community and support for our agricultural community. Whether there's a conservation easement on it or not, our ag land is critical open space in our community, maintained and managed by private sector with great care and love. And if we can provide additional weed control and pollinator services and involve our ag community in maintaining our floodplain and open space, it is a win-win for everyone. And so you're seeing that as kind of an area of focus. This is one that we are especially proud of, support for tribal cultural resources. Right now, not just the tribe, but our culture and our history is being lost in our community. call it what you want, growth, just people coming in from outside the area, buying new homes, new people relocating here. Without being ever vigilant, protecting our culture and our history, we will lose it. We will let it disappear. And so our target for 2030 is to promote historical and cultural awareness and include in that very prominently the history of our Washoe tribe. In here, it involves and engages our public art plan, which you see referenced throughout. There are multiple uses for our public art plan. We think there can be a heavy dose of recognizing some of our cultural and historical resources involving our towns, GIDs, also in that, and putting these public spaces, public art displays throughout our community will help promote that. And please stop me if you have questions. Protect our access to federal lands, lakes, and rivers. Right now, we have access to federal land, and we are constantly facing potential road closures and restrictions. Private development, surplusing land is a constant threat. So we would like to enhance our access to federal lands, and that also include our lakes and rivers. One of the areas that we put as an area of focus is the county owns 3 river parks that are basically fenced off. And we'd like to gradually work with our public to encourage the development and access to the Carson River. Commissioner Hales.
Yeah, I saw that this morning and that's exciting. Could you share which those 3 are?
We have 3 properties. One's called Rocky Bend Park, and that is down by the old power dam on the Carson River. And the county owns approximately a 3-acre parcel. The other one is Riverbend Park, right near Lampe Park. If you were to take Water Lane and drive it across the river, keep going straight rather than turning right or left, the property we own is going to be to the right if you were to go straight. It's between the old Spectrum building and where Waterloo comes. It's right across the street from the Shadow Mountain Church. County owns that parcel. Then we own another one called Willow Bend Park, and that is right across Genoa Lane from the Conservancy property. And so the county owns the largest park, which is a little over 5 acres in that area. And that is right now a park that is not fenced, and technically you could access the river. It is not developed, but it is not closed down either.
So when you say they're parks, they're not actually developed as parks that the public uses, but
they are park property. They are not
park
developed.
property.
That is
Right.
correct.
Right.
They are owned by the county.
Very exciting to think about.
Yes.
Yeah.
The next one is a public art. And right now we have a minimal public art program. As you all know, it's difficult to do a mural, engage in public art. The County Board of Commissioners just recently adopted the public art plan. So our goal or target for 2030 is to implement that public art plan. Included in that is support for public art and a cultural performing arts center. Responsible and sustainable tourism. This is new. Years past, it used to be tourism, tourism, tourism. Come here, spend your money and leave. And now after COVID, we are hearing more. We need responsible tourism. So we need to get together with all of our tourist promoting agencies, whether they're a visitors authority, a chamber which relies on tourism, or a business that relies on tourism. We need to work with our partners to do smart tourism. Ecotourism is what we are referring to in one of our strategic objectives or goals. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions if you have them.
I just think this is fabulous. Carson Valley Trails Association comes to mind as a really excellent example of a private entity doing things that help us achieve our goals. And so important to continue working with them.
Agreed, yes.
So I feel like maybe you stop short there at the end, the responsible sustainable tourism in regards to the possibility of looking at a indoor equestrian center at our fairgrounds, and what we may be possibly working with the state Department of Recreation in regards to enhancements at our fairgrounds and expansion of that. So
I'd be delighted to elaborate, but tell me what you'd like and I'd be happy to. I love talking about all those things, and there certainly is a lot in there.
I think that's important for us to start articulating to the public what possible visions we have for that area, because I think it ties in with this with also working with the tribal history and culture, something that I was very interested in and spoke to when we had our session here in the natural resources area. So maybe you could talk to that.
There are a number of areas where we talked about preserving our culture and our heritage, and this agricultural community that we have, this culture that we have as far as an equestrian community. We think it can be further extended or celebrated through one, expansion of uses at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, and start a discussion or a healthy discussion about an equestrian/event center for the Carson Valley. Not like we were talking about up at Lakes, up at the state line portion of Douglas County, that type of an event center, but something similar to what Winnemucca has and what Fallon has just installed, which is heavily supported by the agricultural community, the equestrian community, and they put on basketball tournaments or whatever else you can put inside a space that houses that. I think we're uniquely set up to support a facility like that. Both Winnemucca and the Fallon facilities, everybody loves those facilities, but their biggest dig is they cannot support large events because they don't have the lodging properties or quality lodging properties to support those types of uses. We have that. We have that in driving proximity. If you take on the Carson Valley or state line portion of Lake Tahoe and even Carson City, we can support large events in our community. And so that is something that I think merits further discussion. If you want me to further elaborate, we are asking in our CIP through the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, some funds in our next year budget to start looking at an equestrian event center in the Carson Valley.
I do know also, I'm sorry, I do also know it wasn't part of the park development agreement. Did not it somehow include a ag educational center out on Buckeye as well in that process? Do you recall that?
I remember discussions, but I don't believe that ever got implemented. When we were talking about there was a big equestrian center that was one time mentioned. There were some additional improvements or contributions to the Dangberg Home Ranch. I don't believe any of those ever came to fruition. I would defer if Tom is here, if he would remember that. I don't see.
Yeah, I think we're certainly looking long-term off, but I do believe there was a set aside for some property out there for that type of ag education center as part of that, as part of the Buckeye Farms plan that was brought forward to a previous, back in the 1920 or 2020, I'm sorry, not 1920, 2020. So,
yes.
But anyways, okay.
And also to highlight
that's long range
in this particular, we talk about the cultural references to equestrian and agriculture through an event center, but we also contemplate a cultural performing center in this as well. And so there's current money approved through our budget in the current year to analyze a cultural performing arts center. So we are taking steps. Having these implemented in our strategic plan would certainly give momentum and clear direction to continue to pursue those.
Well, I know, and I appreciate you bringing that up too, because the current Copeland building that we devoted our ARPA funds to repairing the culvert system through the back side of that building that was above ground or an eyesore. So I know that I certainly have a huge interest in seeing an indoor theater, cultural center, performing arts center there. I think that's an important asset to our county that we need to somehow capitalize on. So anyways, but Commissioner Hales.
You've mentioned indoor equestrian facility. Does this contemplate also perhaps improvements to the current rodeo?
Yes, it talks about an expansion of the existing facilities at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, whatever that may be. And also just while you're giving me an extra mic time, we're debating tonight actually at the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, some money to analyze extending the use and facilities of the Douglas County Fairgrounds by looking at our neighboring property through a recreation public purposes lease with the BLM, the 500 acres next to that property. There's not much more we really want to do on the existing parcel of the fairgrounds. So if we are looking at additional arenas or additional uses, outdoor recreation, well, we'd like to take a look and analyze that, of course, involving the neighborhood and the public through that process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wealth of knowledge. We appreciate it. Great plan. So, and very important to preserving the natural beauty and rural character of our county, which we all feel is important. That's what brings people here. So anyways, thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments by the commissioners and Ms. Pauling or Mr. Richter, we can go to public comment on this area, right? What's that? Yeah. Yeah, let's go to public comment on this area and then we can get into the next area. So public comment on the area called Preserving Douglas County's Natural Beauty and Rural Character.
Jason Gibson, good afternoon. We should start from the top down with this tagline, a community to match the scenery. How about replacing that with Douglas County awake? And underneath that, managed growth. Real simple, straight to the point. When it comes to the cultural resurrection of the instinctual facet of all of us, or the indigenous side of things, the white man's solution is to pave paradise and build a new building and expand on their deficit model by building all sorts of facilities for the resurrection of indigenous culture. And what's odd about that is it doesn't take into account that what we're talking about here is a crisis in consciousness. That culture was wiped out based on commercial interests. The 13 moon calendar is the indigenous way of life. It's the oldest instrument of intelligence in the history of the planet, in the history of civilization. The 13 moons is what the First Nations peoples lived by, not just the natives of this land, but the Indo-Europeans and cultures all throughout the world. So when you talk about building new facilities, taking out more loans and bonds to justify this idea and that idea, and you continue to ignore the Discovery of the Law of Time World 13 Moon Calendar Change Peace Initiative, which is absolutely free, it just goes to show that rather than utilizing resources that are already perfectly prepared and carefully preserved, the idea behind the capitalistic bent of the beast is money. That they think they can capitalize on the cultural resurrection, they can capitalize on this and capitalize on that. And if you talk to these people, like the folks at the Mexican restaurant, and you inform them that this meeting's going on, they'll tell you they can't make it because the government always wants more money from them. They want more money from them and they want more information, and they're working 16-hour days, and they cannot participate in this discussion forum because they don't have the time or money. So once again, Douglas County Awake. The model of the county is a cubic parton. It's also referred to as a cube cosmology, cube of creation, cube of the law. It's first found in Genesis, the 6 days of creation. The seventh point is you. The seventh point is you awake.
James McCallum for the record. I just want to point out a couple of things that I really like. I like this whole presentation. Specifically promote awareness for the history and culture of the Washoe tribe. We do have good museums, but I'd like to see events that do that. I think that would be a great asset to the county. And the other one is something people have often asked me about, and that is river access. So I'd really like seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, since no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. And I think that concludes preserving DC's natural beauty and rural character. And I believe our next section is serving our community with quality county services. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Thank you oh my goodness. Thank you to the Preserving Douglas County's Natural Beauty and Rural Character team. We are moving on. We have Wendy Lang and Kara Easton to present our Serving Our Community with Quality County Services. Before we get into the meat of this strategic objective, again, just the list, slide 26 of priorities that were requested by the commissioners, leadership and staff, public input, and stakeholders. So specifically in this section, the stakeholder groups that we spoke with were public safety and public health. So you can find their specific input in the insights guide or in the discussion guide. But for reference here, those are the two groups that we spoke with. And I'll hand it over to you ladies to present our strategic objective.
Thank you very much. Wendy Lang, Director of Human Resources for the record. I'm going to go ahead and kick us off on this topic. So what success looks like in summary is embracing a spirit of engagement, inclusivity, and respectful collaboration. This includes fostering a family-friendly environment, offering strong community services, and maintaining respectful relationships, while continuing to focus on having a safe community as a priority here. We want to do this in order to foster a prepared and resilient community, maximize collaboration among agencies, to continue to provide consistent quality service, and conduct respectful, transparent, and timely communication, as well as encourage better collaboration among various agencies and stakeholders. The shifts that are necessary to make in order to do this include leveraging political influence at the state legislature, improving internal and cross-departmental communication, targeting hiring to fill critical skill and talent gaps, developing additional channels to connect with the public, empowering community self-service and emergency preparedness, and speaking with one unified Douglas County voice. Advancing to the specific goals, I'll speak to the first two.
Let's
Sir.
We should just, and this is something we actually talked about at lunch a little bit, and I know I'm not alone in this. One unified Douglas County voice. So that's, I think we're recognizing perhaps a need for better communications with our public on what we're doing as a county, right? Did you have anything that you wanted to share with that, Commissioner Hills? Because I know that's kind of one of the hot topics of yours as well.
That's exactly it. You've said it.
Okay.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't gloss over that.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's important. With regard to employee retention and professional development, we feel that currently we have siloed departments. And then we also, for this specifically, as opposed to where we are and where we want to go, we do want to talk about that in using metrics to look at that. So the metrics that we think should be utilized are the percentage of turnover by tenure with the organization. And that means targeting a decrease in that, especially among the lower tenured employees. We hear a lot of feedback about training employees and then they leave us. So we want to target that and track that statistically. We also want to look at the number of internal hires or promotions that are occurring and focus on increasing that, because that will be a metric of how we're developing and training our workforce. Some possible areas of focus here, I'll just highlight a few of them, include increasing positive, respectful interactions, investing in professional development, and that's expanded upon here in some of the other areas, and cross-department training. A lot of this has to do with mentorship and looking at the county as a whole. Moving on to recruitment, we would use the statistic of the percentage of vacancy.
Let's go, I'm sorry, but let's go back to that employee retention. It seems, so the question I have is how many openings do we have at any one time here in the county? Because I understand it's a significant number. So do you have those statistics?
Well, as you indicate, at any one time, that number varies regularly. I would say that it's right now sitting about 20%.
20%.
20%
of the labor force that's how large?
Correct. 600? About 680.
680, 20%. So that's about, what is that? 30 to 40 employees.
Yes.
On a daily basis almost.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously that's also going to impact the ability to deliver services to our residents.
Correct.
In addition to that, it's going to cause wear and tear on our existing employees that are having to fill those gaps in providing those services, taking on larger workloads than they would normally be expected to take on, just to meet the expectations of our residents. So some critical areas, obviously, for our county to recognize. And that's not just that, and that's just our DCEA and our non-unionized employees. We're not even referring yet. You haven't even gotten down to public safety yet in our shortfalls there in our public safety sector as well, right?
When I speak about the employees as a whole, I'm including all employees, public safety, DCA, the towns, everyone who is on the payroll of Douglas County.
Okay.
But your statements are absolutely accurate, and thank you for drawing attention to that. And that is the urgency that we're trying to address through these, yes. Looking at recruitment, the percentage vacancy rate and decreasing that, as you noted, is important in order to avoid this self-fulfilling vacancy or continuing vacancy that occurs when you can't fill all of the positions. And so we want to look at creative ways of doing work, alternative schedules, things that might help to motivate employees and retain employees. We also want to focus heavily on recruiting for experience and skills that are complementary to what already exists, and look at ideas such as partnering with educational institutions and other outside the box ways to attract talent to the organization. Thank you. I will turn it over to Kara to move on to our next goals.
Kara Easton, Emergency Manager for the record. So for public safety, where we are today, we brought emergency management in-house from the fire department, and our sheriff's office is well respected by the community already. And I will say the fire departments are as well, but they're not a county agency. Where do we want to go? One of the big things is modernizing our radio infrastructure and creating a sustainable maintenance plan, not just updating, but also maintaining that. and then increasing collaboration with our public safety entities. So our possible areas of focus are finding funding to get through the federal engineering study. We're in phase 1 right now, so we need to find more funding to get to the end of that study and get our infrastructure updated. Moving on to resilient community as a goal. Where we are now, we have a great foundation of existing emergency plans, and we just implemented perimeter for our public to be able to have real-time information in regard to wildfire specifically. Where do we want to go? We want to increase in-person outreach and information for folks because many of our community don't rely on social media, so getting out there in person. And then using volunteer groups, HOAs, community groups to help amplify that message. So possible areas of focus, we want to build a plan to help our vulnerable populations during emergencies, building relationships across state lines and with our neighboring counties, and then building a communication campaign to get that information out to our community. Moving on to public health, where we are, we currently have the Quad County Public Health Partnership, and we do have hospital expansions both in the valley and at the lake. Where do we want to be? We would like more behavioral health and mental health services and outreach. So how will we do that? We'll get more levels of care in regard to mental and behavioral health, and we'll do that by creating more partnerships with our service providers who can help with that. And I'll pass it on to Jen unless you have questions.
Members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I have the pleasure of speaking to you about our last proposed goal, which is public facilities. Where we are now is we have purchased some land and we are under contract for a CMAR project for our Justice Center for our very first building that we're hoping to break ground soon for the county complex located off of Buckeye. Where do we want to go? We would like
Excuse me,
to.
but while the speakers are speaking, I would ask the public to refrain themselves from vocalizing anything. If you have things to say, then wait for public comment or leave. One of the two. But not during while somebody's making a presentation, Mr. Gibson. Do you follow me? You may exit the room if you don't want to participate in the manner in which I've asked you to. Okay, would you like to leave? Mr. August, would you please exit Mr. Gibson from the room, please? Thank you. We'll be back to you in just a second. Thank you. So, before we resume, I want the public to understand that that is not something that this commissioner nor me as a person enjoy doing. I don't take pleasure in this. But Nevada revised statutes does allow us to have people exited from the room who are disruptive to the conduct of county business. So in respect to that, we ask you to please keep your comments to public comment so that the speakers can present the information that needs to be presented to the board so that we can make and deliberate our information in a correct manner. Thank you. Ms. Davidson, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. And I do apologize if I contributed to any confusion the public may have on this matter. I did not intend to hide anything. It is clearly displayed on the slide that the land that we purchased will be the home for the Future Justice Center project, which I have spoken at length to this commission about in a very detailed previous presentation last week, in fact. So 2030, where do we want to be? So we have excellent plans for our Justice Center and are proceeding with all due diligence to pursue completion of that project. But we also need to talk about other public facility needs for, across departments and operations countywide. So you will note possible areas of focus. We still need to continue to focus on the completion of that Justice Center. So there are a number of benchmarks that we will need to accomplish in the next 5-year window. But then in addition, we need to talk to the commission about a phase 2 for government services at that. We are referring to it because we didn't have an actual name for this site yet. We are referring to it as a civic center complex. I'm sure the commission may have some thoughts ultimately about what it may need to be called, but a central location for government services is what we need to look to in a phase 2 for build out of that location. We also have some existing pressing operational needs across the county, departments busting at the seams, especially in the Minden Inn. And so we will need to identify in the very near future some space to lease until we can complete the construction of those new facilities. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Well, I mean, it should become obvious, and thank you for your explanation on that. And it needs to be very clear to the general public that we're not looking at a new jail facility. Okay, and I've tried to articulate that over the last couple of years when we visited this area. Is the current judicial and law enforcement center will remain intact, but every non-law enforcement portion, the sheriff's office will remain in an existing building, and what we vacate out of there will be the anticipated is the judicial part of it, the courthouses and our hopefully maybe even our civil division and our criminal division of our district attorney's offices will go into the new Justice Center. So we're not expanding our jail. Now that facility will require, the current JLEC building will require some remodeling as well to accommodate the needs of our sheriff's department. But I think that's all the things that we've identified. As far as a future civic center complex, that's something that the community needs to address. How many, and so the question I had, and I know I'm getting long-winded to getting to that question, how many different facilities? I mean, I can just off the top of my head think of 5 or 6 different facilities where we have staff stashed in one area or another. And I do want to use that term. I hesitated to, and then I said, no, I need to use that term, stashed, because that's where we have different departments stashed here and different departments stashed there, and there's no cohesion to the operations of our county. And so that's something that long range the community and the commission needs to take a look at. We should have been looking at this Justice Center, Judicial Center 10 years ago at least, but we're hopefully moving in the right direction in that regard. So did you have an easy answer for me or not? It's probably on two hands, right? 2 hands full worth of different facilities.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in short, your observations are correct. I would say currently every facility that we operate out of is facing some sort of space limitations currently and is having a negative impact on operations. The one exception would be our new community center in Gardnerville. But we'll take it one bite at a time, and we look forward to having those discussions with you.
I have heard
some references to a county campus. And I know the land that was purchased is clearly bigger than is needed for the judicial center. And I am sometimes uncomfortable when I hear those references because while the need for the judicial center has clearly been set forth, I don't think the need for the county campus or civic center has been set forth in a way that brings the public along to an understanding. And certainly there's more room for that with the judicial center as well. But so I'm very happy to see on number 2, transparent communication to public related to space needs. And I would appreciate if we talk about a county campus or a civic center or whatever we end up talking about, that we keep in mind that that decision hasn't been made. And we need to explain to our public what our situation is, what a potential solution is, and ask them, do you support this? Before we assume that it's going to happen. So I think this is very good.
Ditto. Did you have anything else? Okay, so, wow, okay. Serving and supporting our community. That's the section we're at. And I guess we're now open to public comment for that area, right? Okay. So we'll entertain public comment for the pillar of serving and supporting our community.
Thank you. James McCallum for the record. I'm really happy to see the idea of the Civic Center on this list. I think when we look forward, and this is 2030 target, we have to be talking about this. I remember one particular county facility I had a really hard time finding, but I needed some maps. And it kind of looks like it's in a bunker somewhere. Consolidating services makes services more available to the public. I think this is a great plan. It can't happen tomorrow. The Justice Center, I agree, comes first. But I'm happy to see this on the list for a target, for something to think about doing. I think, again, the Justice Center, as Commissioner Gardner just stated, and I stated last week, is 10 years past due. And we would hopefully have had that done by now and be looking at the Civic Center. But we have the land, and so I hope we get that done. Thank you.
I thought you were going to offer public comment. And I was curious. Oh, thank you. Very good. Thank you. Okay. So if we've dispensed with public comment for serving and supporting our community, we will go to the next section, which is enhancing residents' quality of life. Is this the last section?
It is.
Oh my gosh.
I know. We really
okay.
moved
Well,
through
we've been
them.
moving through that really quick. Okay.
Excellent. Well, we have for our final Ms. Brooke Addy and Melissa Elges to present this before we get into the breakout. Just the quick overview of our priorities by board leadership and staff and public. There were not any specific stakeholder groups related to this area of focus. So that's why you're not seeing them on this list. And with that, I will pass it over.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Brooke Addy, I am the Community Services Interim Director, and I'm here to talk about enhancing residents' quality of life. I would like to start with what success looks like. Our vision is a united and inclusive community that fosters multi-generational engagement, bolsters public trust, and supports residents to age in place. We are dedicated to providing accessible and connected transportation system and a wealth of outdoor activities for all abilities. Our inclusive community embraces diverse beliefs and backgrounds, fostering an environment of respect and unity. And our why is because we want Douglas County to be a vibrant place to live, work, and play. Some of the shifts that we have to make, I'm just going to highlight on a couple. We want to increase recreation with an emphasis on family activities. And there's been a lot of discussion about communication, and you'll find that there's a lot of communication addressed in this category. So we want to have more effective, proactive, and streamlined communication. So we're going to talk about our goals. Our first goal is outdoor recreation. So right now we have some great things. We have great parks, trails, and some camping access to federal lands. 2030, we'd like to target increasing trail connectivity, camping, and talking about the fairground expansion and access to our river parks. So we did talk, Scott Morgan talked a little bit about the 3 river parks. There has been discussion on building an equestrian facility, an event center, and camping options down here in the valley. And then you will be seeing next month the 2023 Comprehensive Trails Plan come before you. And so there is some reference to this plan about implementing the Trails Plan. The next goal that we want to talk about is our indoor recreation. We have some fabulous community centers and a fairground, but we would like to expand and see a cultural and performing arts center, an event center that highlights agriculture, heritage, and education. And so we would also like to adopt a cultural and performing arts plan. Our next goal is senior services. So we do have some robust senior service programs, but we would like to see some increase in participation. We have a large aging population, and so we want to make sure that we're continuing to provide mental health services, in-home services for those that are homebound, talking about home delivered meals, creating a payee program so people can age in place longer. And then we really want social services to become a hub of information. So it would be the go-to place for people who are needing services so that they can age in place. Our next goal is transportation. So we do have limited public transportation and trail connectivity and limited routes for transportation. So through our trails plan, we hope to increase trail connectivity. And we really want this community to be one where we can walk and ride over drive. We want to be able to connect the different parts of town through trails. And then finally, our community partnerships. We do have great partnerships with the UNR Cooperative Extension, our towns, and our GIDs, but we would like to expand partnerships with the universities, community providers for services and advocacy, and get some additional positions to help with that, the partnerships. And so one of the things that I'll highlight here is, working with towns of Gardnerville and Minden to advance strategic priorities related to Valley Vision and the plans for prosperity. And then I'm going to pass it over to Melissa to talk about communication.
All right, thank you very much, Melissa Elgis, for the record, Chief of Staff, and I also oversee the Community Relations Department. There's been a lot of talk about communication today, so I'm not sure if I'm afraid or I'm excited, but I'm pretty sure I'm excited, and I do want to thank this commission for recognizing that communications is a priority. So currently where we are today, we are siloed. Communication is siloed within departments. One of the biggest gaps that we've seen for quite some time now is we don't have a designated staff member to manage the website. It currently does fall under community relations, but we have several website administrators spread throughout departments, and we will see turnover. And our departments are really busy doing what they do, all the good things that they do. And so website is kind of the back of the mind. So a website administrator could streamline that process. The public is reporting low trust in transparency and approachability. That is something that is nationwide in local government. And we are communicating on a reactive level instead of being able to be proactive. Where do we want to go? We want to increase public trust. We want to be the reliable source of accurate information. We want to increase public input, feedback in the decision-making and policy process. Again, we want to be proactive and educational. Possible areas of focus would be staffing and professional services. Right now, we have one PIO and community relations manager. That person services the entire county, including the sheriff's department, which is a rather robust public information operation, and one other community relations specialist and myself who used to hold the position. We want to streamline communications between departments and the public. We want to engage stakeholders and community groups. And we want to have consistent methods for the public input and the decision making, like I said before. And with that, I will open it up to any questions that you guys may have for Brooke, myself, or Scott.
A comment, which is, it seems to me that today is an example of busting through silos, which I think was a phrase used earlier, and how we're having people from different areas present on the strategic objectives together. And I think that's really exciting. I wondered what you meant on page 31 by streamlined communication. One of the shifts to make is more effective, proactive, streamlined communication. I wondered what is streamlined, because I've been focused mostly on external communication. And so it seems to me like that word streamline, you use it again on, not you, it's used again on page 32, streamline communications between departments, which makes sense to me. If internally you need to be efficient, I read that as meaning be efficient. But I don't understand what streamlining communications with the public would mean.
Sure, thank you. That's a great question. And we can elaborate that a little bit more when we dive deeper into the weeds, but streamlining communication between the departments so that there's a consistent message. Often we see it with our board packet. Some of that language that comes out and that is disseminated to the public may not be easy for the public to understand. So there's a communication method that goes out that way, and then another communication method that will go out a different way, maybe through the community relations office or another department. So you want to make sure that there's a consistent message across all channels, so internally and then as it relates to the public, so that by the time it's getting here and you all are about to make a decision, the same message has been transpired from the departments to the public and then back to you. Ideally, if you're able to collect feedback from the public on that message, then that would help you make the best, most informed decision. Does that make sense?
So it might mean unified or consistent message.
Yes, it can mean that as well, yes.
Is that what you said? Did I hear that?
Yes, it can be a unified message and developing a better process for us. And also communication just isn't community relations or the county manager's office. I think it needs to be all of us. We talked about the one voice. Mm-hmm. So all of us having that consistent streamlined message.
Thank you. I have a couple others. Apply for grants.
Happen. So applying for grants in that way. And then also working with our community partners like the Carson Valley Arts Council on grants that they might be able to apply for to fund some of their activities. So I think that there's a lot of grant opportunities that might not come from one avenue that can support our art and culture programs.
So that would include, but not be limited to, seeking grants for the performing arts center.
Scott Morgan, interim assistant county manager. I think, as I mentioned, both an indoor, outdoor, we're talking about really encouraging grants for all programs, whether it's the public arts, whether it's cultural performing arts, whether it's equestrian event, or whether it's river parks through the rec trails grants, whether land, water conservation funds. Really just, not that we haven't been doing it, but it's a greater emphasis to get some of these new projects online and get them momentum to carry them forward. Bringing other people's money in first helps promote and launch a commitment on behalf of Douglas County.
Amen. That's awesome. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Morgan, hold on.
Just my last thing is I'm really excited that Promote Event Center at the lake is included because we want it to be successful. It helps us if they are thriving.
We need a win-win-win.
Absolutely.
On that. Nobody wins if it fails.
Yep. And then I also love to see Encourage Walk and Ride Over Drive. I mean, this is just exciting. It's wonderful work. Thank you.
So the thing I wanted to mention is you made a comment of bringing other people's money into the county.
Federal money, government money, as
They
well
don't make
as
money.
promoting.
Well,
our
they do
tourism.
make money. They do make money, but they're not a for-profit organization either. And I just want to always keep in mind that the federal government doesn't have any money that they don't create. That is bringing our money back into our community. Let's always keep that in mind. Let's bring as much of our money back into our community.
What I hate seeing is our money going to other communities.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And so, and then I had a couple of comments, but not necessarily for Mr. Morgan. Maybe Miss Ady. So we have the shifts to make and back on the page 31, address aging community and the behavioral health needs. This board also serves as the county board of health, and annually we get a report from our sheriff's department regarding fatalities within our community. And the areas that certainly concern me are the suicide rates amongst our elderly population. So the importance of addressing that. Now, as I understand it, and something that concerns me, is that Sergeant Bernadette Smith retired, and she had a huge amount of citizens, volunteers that worked with her on the Good Neighbor program, my wife being one of those, where we had reach outs by members of our population to our elderly population, checking in on them on a once a month basis to make sure that they were okay and their needs were being met. So I'm concerned about the loss of Bernadette Smith and that program. So I'm not sure what we have to fill in that particular gap. I hope we're looking at filling in that gap. The expansion also, I know that we deliver meals to Topaz Ranch Estates Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. And then on the alternate days, Wednesday and Friday, we deliver those. We have that van go up to the Indian Hills Community Center as well, right? So hopefully somehow we can expand those lunches into all 5 days a week into those two facilities, and getting something that we've talked about, a need for a definitive defined route of DART into South County as well. And I don't know that we've been able to activate that yet. I don't know if it's infrastructure needs or manpower needs, but hopefully we can get that done too. And so those we have to recognize that our community is getting older by the day, and so trying to recognize that and address those concerns. I know social services and community services are very focused on that, and we really appreciate the work that you do there, and tremendous center. Never hear a negative word about you folks, so you know that's to be spoken well of. So thank you. That's all I had to say, I think.
I would like to comment, if you wouldn't mind, about the Good Neighbor program. It has been brought into our social services department, and so we are keeping that program moving and going forward. We did a lot of work with Sergeant Bernadette Smith before she retired to make sure that there was a smooth transition, and we continue to align with what their goals are and keep that program going because it is a valuable program. Talking about our home delivered meals, many years ago, we used to deliver hot meals daily to our homebound seniors. And over the years, it has shifted to 14 frozen meals and less frequent visits. I would like to see home delivered meals done on a daily basis. I think that having a hot meal provides a lot of value, but also having somebody check in on you, somebody who is alone and isolated, I think that that's really important. Our Meals on Wheels drivers form really strong relationships with the people that they deliver meals to. And it's an important check-in. And so I think that those are a couple of programs that we have that could be enhanced to do some more check-ins on our senior population.
So that's being said, and I appreciate you guys taking over that program. I can't think of a better entity to do that. But do we have a dedicated staff member that is basically filling in where Bernadette did that?
Yes, we have a staff member who is overseeing that program, who is working with the volunteers. They have a lead volunteer who drives a lot of the programs, but we have a dedicated staff that is working with them. And case managers.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Of course. Any other questions?
I have no other questions. Commissioner Tarkanian, you have any questions?
I got to keep taking off my mute. I'm sorry. No questions. I don't think you guys wanted to hear my wife cooking in the background.
Okay. Just wanted to give you an opportunity. So, okay. So that concludes the enhancing residents' quality of life section. So at this time, then we need to do public comment on that, and then we can come back for closing comments, right, for the day. I think that'll conclude us. So.
I should know how to work one of these things. Ready? Dave Brady for the record. Speaking of community partnerships and other people's money, I want to bring to your attention, if you don't know it already, we have an outfit called the Foundation for the Community. Over the years, we've raised, well, I want to say $1.3 million to provide to the community center everything that's not nailed down, whether it's the rock wall, the flags, the flag poles themselves. All of that is stuff that's paid for by the foundation that we have been operating. And Scott Morgan has been absolutely amazing in driving this foundation and making it the success that it is. Thank you.
Brian Fitzgerald, President, Carson Valley Arts Council. Thank you. It's great to see arts initiatives included in your strategic plan, not just about the public art piece, but also consideration for a cultural and performing arts center. It just seems these days everything requires some collaboration in order to get things done. When you were asking about grants, a lot of times, whether they're state or federal grants or even private foundation grants, you have a better chance of getting funded when you're working together. So the fact that the Carson Valley Arts Council has been engaged with the towns and the county on a variety of projects and events, I think it bodes well for us to consider moving forward to work together on what could be an incredible facility for the Carson Valley and Douglas County. Some examples of grants that it could even include State Historic Preservation Office funding, especially if you're looking to repurpose an old building. You're certainly eligible to get some funding to make improvements to an older facility. So again, I encourage the collaboration, working together, and even applying to grants together. And then finally, just kind of considering where we're going, the plans for prosperity for Townsend Minute and Gardnerville, as well as Valley Vision, all identified. And it's actually even in the county master plan talking about a more comprehensive cultural arts plan. So looking forward to working with you to see that through. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment on the last section, which is enhancing residents' quality of life. We have a speaker monitor. Thank you. Okay, then I believe that wraps up this session, if I'm not mistaken.
I have one more thing.
Okay,
It's fast though. As we, first of all, thank you staff for going through all of that. And it was really incredible to see all of their hard work yesterday. I wish everyone could see their county leadership at work like that. It's really amazing. And I feel quite proud that they've all presented their pieces and are getting some positive feedback on it. What we would like to do before we do our closing and next steps is to just quickly, briefly ask of each of the commissioners that we have here with us today so that we may understand a little bit more of the prioritization and trajectory and effort that we should be spending on different initiatives. Just ask, what are your top 3 priorities? Out of all of the items in this plan, it could be the possible goals. It could also be, the draft county goals. It could be the possible areas of focus. What are you excited about and where do you want to see movement? And I know that that's a hard question.
not only is it a hard question to bring it down to 3, but also without any forethought.
Yes. The other thing we can do, Jay and I were chatting about this, since we don't have the 2 other commissioners with us, we could ask for that in follow-up, written follow-up, so that you have a chance to process and digest a little bit more.
I think that would be appropriate because you're right. We have Commissioner Rice that was out ill today, and Commissioner Noah said had to leave us early. Commissioner Tarkanian was not able to join us in person. So yes, I think that would be appropriate. Give us some time to really digest this and think about it, and trying to get it down to 3 may be difficult, but I can't think of my 3 right now, and that's why I try to pause for time myself. Okay, because I need time to digest this and see what I feel is the highest priority, so to speak.
Absolutely.
I did want to make some closing or public concluding comments regarding this process. If that would be appropriate at this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
and then we'll cover next steps when
it's and I think I said this at our opening session, if I'm not mistaken.
What's the keys at ink?
Is
on the table.
Okay, is that we as commissioners, as we even look at the process of the thought process of running for office and serving in this position in the county, we try to review what's going on in the county, what has happened in the county, and perhaps create some visions ourselves of how we would envision the county being after our terms of office and our service to the community. And but those, we are hopeful, I think, that those visions and goals and desires are universally accepted by our community and our residents. But until we go through a process of this nature, we're not really assured of that. I think. So the other thing is that we try to provide the direction. We try to determine the policies going forward, and we are always hopeful that staff who's responsible for making those come to fruition is equally desirous of, if you know, I mean, if they're going to come to work on a daily basis and carry out our policies, we want them to do so in a collaborative and eager manner, right? We don't want them to come to work on a daily basis and say, oh, geez, that commissioner wants us to do this and that commissioner wants us to do that, you know, and you know, so it's important for them to come to work and agree with the vision and the priorities and the policies of the board. And so for me, it was extremely important. And what you did yesterday to me was extremely important, of having the staff also come up with this. I'm really appreciative of their efforts and their insight and their thought processes. And of course, it's also important for me to have the input of the residents of our county. Are we going in the right direction, or are we missing something? Are we not doing it correctly, or are our priorities not in sync with the rest of them? Are we directing financial resources where they're not necessarily the best interests of the community? And so I very appreciative of the public participation in this, and hopefully they'll have another opportunity here as we try to nail this down more, and I hope that more become involved in it. But I can't overemphasize the importance it was for me to have staff and the residents of this community be involved in this process. And certainly extremely important also, as we hired a new county manager over the last 4 or 5 months, that her and her staff have some direction also in where we vision the community, staff, and us vision us going in the next 5 years. So anyways, I appreciate what we've accomplished so far. Very important business for the county. And I look forward to our continuing efforts to get this really honed in. So, Commissioner Hales?
I wondered how we would take this huge amount of information and in a reasonable amount of time bring it to something that everyone would feel good about representing what we did. And I think the answer is that it has been done, and it was done largely by staff and by on strategy folks. And so it's just I'm very excited and very grateful to the staff members who it's clear yesterday and before that cared enough to really do a thoughtful, careful, passionate job of looking at where we're going. And that made it really, frankly, easy and exciting day for us. So I echo the gratitude that has been expressed. I would offer, I think I have 3. Communication. And I just think it's really so important that we bring the community with us. I think as I look back at the wrong turns that the community has made during the 34 years that I've lived here, it's been because the community members didn't understand. And I think it's so important that everybody understand the opportunities, the challenges, the solutions, so that we don't make more wrong turns. Open space, not just open space, but preservation of ranches, in particular, preservation of our rural lifestyle. We can get a lot of things wrong and fix them. We cannot get that wrong and fix it. And then third, workforce housing. And I do not think that is inconsistent to say we need to preserve ranches and we need workforce housing. I think I love the word vibrant that's used in the plan. And I think that those things can both be attained if we work really well. And right now, those are my three. Appreciate the opportunity and just very grateful. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll give you a hall pass if you do want to change them at any point.
Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything you wish to add at this time? Okay, then we will, you have closing comments or concluding comments, or where are we, I guess, going back to the agenda, what are the next steps?
Yes, just a few next steps to talk about. There's going to be more information coming out of the past 2 days. So we have quite a bit of information, as mentioned, to type up, to synthesize, to put into a draft strategic plan document. We have some edits as requested by the board. We'll be going back and just looking at some of the data to fill in some empty spaces. Once we have that draft strategic plan, we will post it publicly for input online, and that will be open until December 7th. So there's another opportunity for the public to provide their input, thoughts, opinions on the draft strategic plan. And that will also include the draft vision and initiatives that need to be built out a little bit more. And then the next step from there is possible adoption on December 21st or at the December 21st meeting. Is that okay? What else is on here or what else is not on here? And I do want to bring this up because I heard in public comment this morning, someone mentioned it. We at On Strategy do not build plans that sit on shelves. So everything that we've been doing throughout this process and all of the work that is to come will be focused on, we've had the mindset of implementation and how will we implement this thing. We're going to get really serious about that and document the implementation process coming up next. So do know that that's coming. We're not going to just get this thing approved and dust it off and put it somewhere. So that will be a next step that comes out of once we have a final plan approved and through, we move into the implementation space and how we'll end up sharing and communicating performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I just wanted to add some closing comments on behalf of county leadership. First, I wanted to acknowledge all of the residents in the community who took the time to participate in this process and thank them for their feedback and their engagement with us in these important conversations. Staff spent a solid day yesterday putting together what we thought would be a rough draft of this plan. And that process was made a lot easier due to the extensive amount of data and feedback that we collected from this community. And we just really appreciate everyone being very thoughtful in the feedback that they provided. With that, I also wanted to thank staff, asking them to set aside 2 full days to this important work is challenging. Certainly this is one of our busiest times, and you heard we are short-staffed across the board, but we put in the work because we understand this is the most important work that we can do in service to our community, is honoring our community's vision for our future. With that, we thank you for the Commission, also your leadership in this process and your approach and openness to this process. We could not have embarked on all of this, the extensive public engagement, without your foresight and your leadership. So thank you for that as well. We look forward to moving that ball a little bit further down the field. We've loaded the bases. I like to use sports analogies at this point, right? So loaded, and I like to mix my sports analogies as well. So bases are loaded. We may have missed some things, and there's still some opportunity for us to make some adjustments in this draft.
I'm glad you didn't say kicking the can also.
No, we
Okay.
will not be kicking the can. But hopefully the public feels like we're close to hitting a home run. And if in fact you feel that we've missed something, please do take advantage of that additional time to provide us with some additional feedback. So thank you for that. And we'll be pushing out information on how the public can get us that feedback. Thank you.
And I think that's important for the the next steps, public available online, okay? And public input, okay? We're not done with public input, okay? And the public needs to understand that. We're still looking for your input. Don't stop giving us your input on that, okay? That's important, okay?
That concludes it from our side.
Well, not yet. I mean, you're not done.
Not in this project, but for our
We're done with
presentation
today.
today.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, okay, thank you.
More work to come.
Okay, then with that, then we've wrapped up that, and there's no action today to be taken on this. So, and there's no other agenda items. So at this time, we will go to closing public comment. Public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Jason Gibson, the House of Gibson, thank you. It's a tremendous effort, really is. We got to have this delivered way before having these discussions. You can't drop this information the night before. Unfortunately, Jennifer, you did that in the first meeting as well. You stayed up all night, or at least till midnight, preparing, I think, a 30 or 40 page primer to that meeting that we never saw. So how can you contribute when you don't know what is in the data, in those facts? We got to have that well in advance, please. Key points here, communication. It's called Facebook. It's free. Social networking 101. That's something that could be introduced into our schools. It's called Facebook for Business. You might just want to check out communication in the 21st century in the form of Facebook. We know why government doesn't use Facebook and feel comfortable, because of its transparency. So you can create autonomous pages for your issue or whatever topic you'd like, associate it with your personal account without having to share your personal pictures and your relations and all of that. Just learn how to use your Facebook. It's free. Okay, in terms of communication, Community Development Media Center, the kind that we have in the Portland metro area. It's a local access television station. Unfortunately, people are still watching that TV. But in the Community Media Development Center, what you're dealing with is integrated media, and you're dealing with a resource that the youth absolutely enjoy. And you will find media hounds and youth who are passionate about covering all manner of topics and using technology to express themselves. And I can't say enough about the value of a community media development center, especially with our politics and the art of governance. In terms of silo structures, organizational principles, I think Melissa hit the nail on the head today. Applying the law of time in human affairs is applying the 13-moon calendar. Take the 28-day journey, color the codes, and see what happens in the science of synchronicity. We have to learn how to think again. We are programmed in a linear fashion to constantly put out fires, and it's bad mental hygiene. Small business revolution for a new time economy. There are better ways of organizing around the work week. And we offered a 10-day natural time retreat to anybody in Douglas County who would take it. All expenses paid. Not a single person would take us up on the natural time retreat because they're so addicted to their time as money trip and their power addictions and their job title. There's more. We'll save it for later. Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. I really just want to thank the county staff and the consultants for a great job The county has done amazing in seeking public involvement in this. I was a little disappointed when I came here today and how many people came. And when you subtract county employees, and those of us that come to most of these kinds of meetings, it's disappointing. But we hired a county manager and she said she was going to do this. She's going to get it done by the end of the year. And here we are. And that's amazing. So thank you, Ms. Davidson, for your work on this in particular, and everybody's work and all our the chances you made available to us to participate in this and have a voice in our county. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Seeing no additional public comment, and there's nothing else on the agenda, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much for your attendance today.